Let's get it. feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, we go hard all day, nothing get in our way. When it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. We go hard all day, let's get in our way. When it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night. We go hard all day, let's get in our way. When it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. popping bottles nightly, and we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
好，我是 APT 主持人 ElkY， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber SixPoker, aka ElkY.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Espen， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meetup Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation A 的 Team Part 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有人真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey, Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a need. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nation A， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 SixPoker。
你下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit APT.Poker.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Espen，隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, SixPoker, AKA ElkY.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Espen， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meet Up Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation的 Team Part 大使。
我想说一开始开10桌，我在想，会有人真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey, Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a nit. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nature， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 SixPoker。
你下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome to the Asian Poker Tour Taipei 2024. My name is Vidar Singhal, along with my co-commentator Stephen Lai, coming to you live from Taipei. We are kicking off 11 days of streaming today with the All-Star Showdown. This is one to watch, ladies and gentlemen, because we have 9 All-Stars battling it out. We will tell you more about that, but first, let me use this opportunity to kick off the Asian Poker Tour Taipei 2024. Welcome, Stephen. How are you feeling about what we have coming up ahead?
I cannot wait until we see the whole thing, play out. It's going to be an amazing event. I went to both venues and the atmosphere is amazing.
I mean, look at this. We have streaming coming to you every day for the next 11 days. 105 events at this series. That is incredible. 150 million guarantee on the whole series in Taiwanese dollars. That's about $5 million US. But first, we will kick off tonight with the All-Star Showdown, which will be introduced by our, of course, co-host and commentator friend Gregory Lau. And the little twist, which I might be spoiling, is Gregory's one of the participants as well. So Greg goes all in and 8 other superstars. Trust me, you're going to be blown away by the talent we have coming up as we kick off the All-Star Showdown.
I thought the spoiler was the fact that it was fixed for Greg to win.
We don't talk about that, but it is a winner-take-all, by the way, which means the action is going to be... And here we go, Greg. Let's see it.
Asian Poker Tour. You're watching the All-Star Showdown here at the Asia Poker Arena located in Taipei. What is the All-Star Showdown? Folks, we've got an exciting show for you. We've got these All-Stars from all over the world with millions in winnings coming all together on this single table you see behind me. And we're duking it out. It's a winner takes all, $888 buy-in. Let's not waste any time in meeting our poker celebrities. Folks, in seat number 1, 13 million total live earnings, 89th all-time money list, number 1 in Thailand. Check, check. Test 1, 2. Adding suspense, folks. Please give it up for Punat Punsri. Punat. God! Seat number 1, welcome, welcome. Don't be shy. What a celebrity. Don't be shy. Come on in, Punat Punsri. Number 1 in Thailand. Number 89th all-time money list. 13 million in winnings. It's Punat Punsri in seat number 1. Welcome, welcome. Punat Punsri, everybody! And folks, in seat number 2, representing Taiwan, 8th all-time money list of Taiwan. It is one half of Win Poker Couple on YouTube. 1.2 million in winnings, my friends. It is Nevin! Welcome, Nevin. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again, my friend. How you doing? Hair's looking great, looking slick. Now, moving on to seat number 3, folks. GG Ambassador, 15 million total in live winnings, 73 all-time money list from France, coming in late with style. Being late is fashionable. Please give it up for ElkY's empty seat. He'll be coming in 30 minutes. It's ElkY's empty seat is seat number 3, coming in with style. He'll be here shortly. He's probably running deep in something else. And folks, I'm so excited to introduce my new friend, folks. What a celebrity. 15 million in winnings, Norway's number 1. 2022 main event champion. It is Norway's Espen Jorstad. The Euro is here. Hold on to your wallets, your purses. Looking fly. Barely fits in that shirt. That is a bulky man. There's something different in the water in Norway. And folks, seat number 5. Our wild card of the All-Star Showdown. She's a Taiwanese stand-up comedian, 7.1 million in followers, an actor, a talk show host. What doesn't she do? She does poker today, folks. Is seat number 5, Taiwan's Long Long. Welcome, welcome. I love the earrings, feather earrings, very stylish. Not only is she funny, she knows how to rock feather earrings. Love to see it. And folks, in seat number 6, 135,000 subscribers on YouTube, 2.4 million total live earnings. Taiwan number 5 all-time money list. In seat number 6, it's SixPoker, ElkY. Coming in with the ski goggles. I love it. No one can read his tells, and I'm not sure he can read anybody else's either. How is he seeing out of that? I do not know. Oh my, I'm so excited to introduce my next friend in seat number 7, 96,000 total live earnings, one of the faces of Next Gen Poker with 207,000 subscribers, and with his own YouTube channel by his own name of the US of A, it is Frankie C! Welcome, welcome. Fist pumps, give it up. Young face, new to the industry, been here rocking it for the past couple of years. A good friend of mine. I destroyed him at Hustlers. It was great. In seat number 8, my friends, 24 million total live earnings. Hong Kong's number 1 all-time money list. Number 31 all-time money globally. It is Natural 8, Danny Tang. And sporting and in the spirit of being a Natural 8 ambassador, rocking the Natural 8 sticker, saying hi to Espen. Welcome, welcome. I am so excited, friends, to introduce our next player. Last but not least, $20,308 total life earnings, 99,808 all-time money list globally, 4,118th all-time in Canada. It's YouTuber, meme maker with over 100,000 subscribers. In seat number 9 from Canada, it's me! Give it up for me! And folks, no table would be complete without our lovely dealers, of which at the APT we have so many. Folks, please welcome Ro Ing. Come on, welcome, welcome Ro Ing. Welcome, welcome, please have a seat. And as you can see here, Ro Ing is wearing one of a beautiful qipao. Here at the APT, we like to reflect the culture of the city or the country we're in, demonstrated by the garb that our dealers wear. And so here in Taiwan, Ro Ing is wearing the qipao, and doesn't she look wonderful? Folks, I'm so excited to get demolished by all of these pros tonight. I feel like I'm walking into a slaughterhouse. Before we get into this show, though, we're going to take a quick picture just to remember this moment while I'm still able to smile. And before I let you guys go, have a good game, everybody. And I'm going to throw it to my esteemed colleagues in the commentator booth, Bitter Single and Stephen Lai.
Welcome back to the commentary booth. We are kicking off the All-Star Showdown. My name is Vidar Singhal once again, along with Stephen Lai. Stephen, look at the talent we have at the table. Of course, some wild cards as well, who I'm looking forward to. And of course, a shout out to Greg, joining the action, competing with the best of them. I'm, of course, rooting for Greg, but who else do we have on our radar here?
Well, you cannot go anywhere without looking into Danny Tang. You know, he's been running extremely good recently. He had a wonderful 2023, and he's also from Hong Kong. So, without any bias, I'm rooting for Danny Tang.
And let's just reiterate, this is a winner-take-all event. $888 is the buy-in, of course. A natural 8 event is what we have here, as the naturally. So that means approximately $8,000 is going to go to the winner, and a main event ticket for the APT Taipei main event, which is going to be about $2,270 US in terms of value. And while we're talking about main event value, quick reminder: 65 million Taiwanese dollars guaranteed. That's $2 million US guaranteed for the main event.
That's going to be one hell of a main event. He's going to break all the records.
The APT just going from strength to strength, breaking records, kicking off 2024 in style. I am super pumped for what lies ahead. It's been an absolute honor being a part of the production crew, the commentary crew for the past 1 year, seeing how poker in Asia has been growing. And some of the faces you see on your screen right now, that's Nevin, by the way, from Taiwan. Punat Punsri with the mask behind. These are the guys who are actually leading the growth of poker in Asia. I had a chance to speak to Nevin. This guy's accumulating APT trophies like it's candy. I mean, he has like 4 of them from the past year.
Don't make it sound like it's very easy to do.
Not at all. You have to be a beast like him. I think it bears mentioning we have ElkY rocking, I think you called them the new Apple Vision Pro, is it, Steve?
Version 2.
Version 2.
Apple Vision Pro version 2.
Clearly having some fun.
I spoke to him earlier, and the ski goggles he's got on, it's got Celine written on the side.
And why is that?
The t-shirt he wore when he played the WSOP Europe main event, when he went heads up.
Ah, superstitions. Poker players and superstitions go together.
And all the comments were saying, is his girlfriend Celine? Obviously not. So but apparently he was giving out too many tells with his eyes. So he's like blocking his eyes.
So it's strategic.
Apparently.
Well, we have a noticeable absence at the table right now, but one I'm looking forward to seeing completed. ElkY, of course, in seat number 3. The legend, the myth, the man, perhaps in the opposite order. Of course, Bertrand Grospellier from France. 15 million in lifetime earnings, and the man comes to all the APT stops, absolutely brings his best. What an honor it is to watch him play and duke it out with the best. And this time he's going to have Espen Jorstad in seat number 4 on his left. Main event WSOP champion Espen Jorstad.
All-time money list on top of the all-time money list in Norway.
That is correct. That's what happens when you win. I believe it was 10 million USD. I did have a chance to speak to him as well before, and I just cheekily asked him, are you going to be giving this your best shot? And what do you know? He said, yes, I like to give all things poker my best shot. That's how you win main events, apparently.
Well, that's absolutely correct, but do not ignore seat number 1.
Of course.
Punat from Thailand, who was the Taipei main event winner last year with the legendary hand against Ace-5 off. You remember that well?
Of course, I had once again the privilege of commentating over it. The crazy action from Mr. Fan, let's just call him, because I'm a huge fan of his. You have to watch that hand.
I like that.
Final table of the main event. Of course, Punat ended up shipping it. He is number 1 on the all-time Thailand money list.
I think once you win the main event, it's very easy to be number 1 on the
exactly
money list.
Here we go. Let's
Queen
kick
nine
things
suited.
off.
Well, let's go.
I should point out once again, winner-take-all event, which means, you know, strategically, I'll leave that to you, Steven, in terms of what that means for strategy, but also only 40 bigs to start with. You know, this is, of course, the kind of event where we want to have some maybe splashing, some fun hands, and this structure is one way to ensure that. Like I just said, most of these players are giving it their best, not just for the $8,000 and the main event up top, but that's just what they do when you have an APT trophy on the line.
Little did you know that the way to win a main event is to flop a pair.
There you go.
Espen flops a pair, middle pair, and a gas shot, and a runner flush.
Mystery hand to begin with, and let's shout out the opponent to Espen in this hand. Seat number 7, Frankie C, he goes by. Probably USA, and look at this. Best queen. Oh, well, never mind. Never mind. Tricky spot already. Espen can't feel too comfortable. Middle 2 pair, 4 to a straight on the board, any jack, which Frank could easily have. Frank knows that if he checks behind, it's going to be tough for him to represent jacks, and Espen, being the kind of player he is, could easily steal this spot away from Frank. Of course, Frank is behind to begin with. First hand of the night, Espen, maybe thinking check call.
You have to be very famous to be known just by your first name. Huh? Oh, Frank.
Madonna, Frank, and Espen.
Boris.
Boris. Look at that, ekes out some value with the 2 pair.
Seems too easy.
Too good. Some of these guys are just too good.
A friend of mine calls it the fundamental theorem of poker, which is to hit the nut.
Easy. There we have it, and let's take a look at the flags that are being represented. Much like any APT feature in Final Table, the All-Star Showdown, also very diverse. Of course, we mentioned Punat from Thailand. I believe we have 3 local representatives. Nevin Lunglung, who we mentioned, is a stand-up comedian. Eric Sai as well. ElkY and Espen.
Eric Sai isn't a comedian, is he?
Oh no, just the Taiwanese. Just the Taiwanese, not the comedian. Although you never know with the ski goggles. Might be aiming for some comedy. Of course, we have USA in the mix with Frankie, as we just saw. Danny Tang. I guess he would count as Hong Kong and UK.
Oh, he's definitely Hong Kong for sure.
Definitely Hong Kong. I see how it is, Stephen. Some national bias there for you. And let's not forget, our very own Greg goes all in, representing Canada.
Representing APT commentary team.
And of course the APT commentary team. Singapore born and Canada raised, I think he calls it.
Named after Greg Norman, apparently. The golfer.
Fascinating. Can I just say Greg looks slightly intimidated? Or am I reading into things a
little too sheep? Slightly sheepish, yes.
He does have the double all-in glasses ready to go for any time he's all in. Wow. In case any of you are unfamiliar with Greg Goes All In, check out his YouTube channel.
It's quite amusing.
Hilarious, and he just crossed 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. An amazing milestone and well-deserved one. His content is just getting better and better. Here we go.
How do you feel about opening with 10-5 off under the gun?
Well, I spoke to Espen. He said he'd be giving it his best, and this is how you win main events. You see a winner-take-all tournament, you adjust your strategy accordingly. Apparently that includes opening 10-5 off.
I think we need a massive sticker to say, don't try this at home.
Do not try this at home unless you're an all-star, in which case go for it.
Oh, sorry. Don't try this at home unsupervised.
Exactly. And Espen calls the 3-bet. Oh no, my apologies. The graphics came out. That's the end of that one. There's the lineup once again. 80,000 chips to start. That's good for 40 bigs. It's going to be a bit of a turbo, which means in a winner-take-all format, you better get busy. We haven't had the chance to mention Lung Lung now in the frame. A professional stand-up comedian for the better part of a decade. Has been playing poker only for a year. The wild card on this table. I asked her if she knew who most of these people were, considering she's new to the game. She did mention she knew some of the sickos that she was playing with. I hope to see how she adjusts. Doesn't seem intimidated, I have to say.
Wow, Greg goes all in, huh? It's not just Greg.
Oh, never. Gotta keep that branding. I mean, just look at the man's glasses. He's committed.
Looks like Frankie's open with pocket jacks.
Frankie, by the way, now essentially a full-time content creator. Is taking the game seriously, and how about top set to help the cause?
Too easy sometimes.
I looked up his Hendon Mom and he has $96,000 in total lifetime earnings. So if he can ship this, we'd be taking him into 6 figures lifetime, which would be pretty cool. Checks behind on the dry board, understandably, just having smashed the flop. He's gonna love that ace, hoping that Espen got it, but not to be.
I would say this the other way around, huh?
What do you mean?
The ace will kill the action, right? Because Espen defended his big blind,
yeah.
So it's a little bit less likely to have an ace. So he didn't really want to see the ace, but should have bet the flop, really.
When you have top set, you're just hoping and praying.
Bet.
You just have so much of the board wrapped up. Still gotta feel good. Top set to kick off essentially final table. A 9-handed sit and go.
And then earlier in the shot, we saw the APT trophies, the beautiful lions. You were voted to be the best trophy in the world.
Absolutely. Well deserved, needless to say. We've been hyping the trophy for a year because we get to see it up close and see how cool they are, but for it to be globally recognized is absolutely awesome.
Earlier today, I saw a brand new one in black, which is going to be the Superstar Challenge tomorrow.
Love it. I'm just going to pause on talking about the Superstar Challenge, which is of course a milestone for the APT, but Frank seems to be getting hit by the deck. Top. Once again, his opponent has nothing.
No point slowing down.
As we take a look at the chat, to all of you watching, very, very welcome. We hope you're doing well, whichever part of the world you're in. Some of the regulars tend to pop up. This is a special one. Hopefully the friends and family of the players you now see on the screen are watching. Give us some stories if you know any of the players on the screen. Benny, by the way, in chat mentioning how Espen's raise was actually a misclick. Thanks for clarifying that, Benny. Some confusion because ElkY was the dead big blind and Espen thought he was posting, so there we go, that clarifies the 10-5 off raise. Ty asks, where is ElkY? That's exactly what we're wondering, Ty. Don't worry, he's gonna make a late entry in style. I'm already excited to see what he's wearing, because this is ElkY. He's always blinged up.
Danny Tang is always talking at the table. He's a man from Wrexham. Did you know that?
In Wales, apparently.
In Wales, yes.
That is not what I expected.
He was born and raised in Wrexham, which is made famous by the Netflix series.
Oh, that's right. That's I was wondering why I'd heard of it. The Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
Who's the partner with Ryan Reynolds?
Another Hollywood person. Earlier today, I spoke to Danny and I said, do you regret not having invested in Wrexham?
Oh yeah, he could have. That would be amazing. I just remember who the partner was. It's the guy from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I've never seen it. That's why I didn't know him.
Well, they created like a Netflix series out of it, and so Wrexham is now really popular for their football team.
So Jack 9 has an open-ended straight draw versus Lung. Oh wow, this is going to get interesting. Lung has top 2 versus SixPoker's Jack 9 open-ended straight draw with a pair. Ooh. Wow. But of course, Espen has actually made it straight.
This is a cooler already. Lung laughing.
Lung
now
could
maybe
be out this hand.
Yeah, getting serious all of a sudden. Espen seems confident as ever. This is pretty sick. Does she find the flat call? Does she want to go for it? I would not blame her for raising in this spot at all.
Well, that's the backdoor flush draw, and you don't want another diamond dropping on the river to kill the action. You feel very strong with top 2 right here. So a raise is actually very, very good indeed.
I can figure out
Eric is like, nah, not interested.
Oh my. Raise to 21,000. A call here from Espen would leave about a 2/3 stack to pot ratio. Could spell the end for Lung Lung. Or Espen could choose to just get it in right now. Does flat call. Lung Lung needs a scary river or a queen or a 10. That is kind of scary. Bunch of draws come in. Obviously the diamonds, the backdoor flush draw, but also the 8-7 gets there, which Espen could certainly have. Can she find a way? Does check.
Good check. I think the whole purpose of raising the turn is to get maximum value out of the situation like this, which is a really scary card that both sides couldn't bet on. Of course, Espen can bet on it because he's holding the nuts.
And the perfect blockers as well.
So you're leaving North America?
Lung Lung looks serious. She is a stand-up comedian.
So he's judging how much will she be willing to pay. How strong is the hand? How much can I value out of her?
Espen is just one of the best in the world. I have a feeling he knows exactly where he's at in this hand. A raise from Lung Lung, a check raise rather, multi-way, does spell a lot of strength, so he knows she has a hand that can call a hefty bet. And a hefty bet it is. Not quite all in though.
That is over, well, that's way over half of her stack. So if she calls, she'll be down to 10 big blinds.
Well, irrespective of her decision, she is the first to take a big dent to her stack. And I think the good news is that no matter what, she is not busting in this hand. I doubt she would ever consider raising. And all credit to her for, in fact, taking her time with this decision. I mean, there's so many players, me included, which is why I'm here in the booth, who just say, well, if you have it, you have it. You're one of the best. You're likely to be bluffing. I have top 2. GTO, just call.
MDF, minimum defense frequency, huh?
Exactly.
As they say.
Well, she does make the call and takes the dent. Hard luck. Not much
took
she
the
could have done.
MDF route.
Fair enough. Down to under 10 bigs, but it's a winner-take-all. Things are going to be splashy. Structure is pretty fast. Does not mean that she is out of it by any means, but Espen now with the overwhelming chip lead after that pot. That is not one that the table wanted to see.
Well, it's a turbo event, and you know, anything can happen. 9 big blinds, 2 double ups, then she'll be the chip leader again.
There you go. Akshay in chat asking whether do you get to tag in with Greg at any point? What's up, Akshay? Fellow APT commentator / Indian poker pro sicko. I wish I get to tag into Greg, but I'm not an all-star, man. Greg is an all-star.
Oh, he did very well in the GPI ceremony.
Oh yeah, shout out to Greg being content creator of the year, I believe.
Fantastic. And also picking up the APT Best Trophy of the Year.
Oh, that's right. He was representing us
Indeed,
at the awards.
Yes, and he came across very well indeed. Brand ambassador.
Nevin getting busy. It's been quiet for a few hands. Let's go. 9-8 suited, +3. Certainly fair to raise middle position. We are 9-handed. Have to tighten up ranges a little bit. Ace-9 off finds the big blind defense. Flops nothing. Board is certainly as dry as it gets. Is going to favor the pre-flop aggressor.
Oh, Frank is ahead with the ace high actually, but oh well.
He loves late regging, right?
On to the next one. Wants to find a better spot.
He's the Philhelmius of France, the French Philhelmius.
The dancing French Philhelmius. Maybe we'll get a final table.
So Greg is not V-pipping, neither is Danny. So they've just done nothing for the past 7 hands.
Long, I like your card protector.
And I think that's impressive. I mean, obviously card distribution is the reason, but just the ability to have that level of patience when you're sickos, like Danny is.
Under the spotlight as well.
Exactly.
Typical.
Opponent's going to get busy. Queen Jack off under the gun +1. Good enough to open. I did mention we're 9-handed, but of course, let's not forget we are missing ElkY, so actually that makes you 8-handed. You can loosen up just a little bit more.
Okay, here we go. 7 big blinds, ace 10 suited. It's time to take.
What does Team Heart mean? Like, what is that?
It's time to go, surely.
Yeah, Long Long deciding to flat call. Did not want to put her tournament life on the line without seeing a flop. Does let Danny in with the suited 8-3.
You can see the spread of equity. So everyone has a piece. Ace high still. Oh, wow, okay. 3-handed. Ace high still good.
Maybe you know Team
Yes, but does Lung Lung know it? 15,000 in the middle, 15,000 in her stack. She does not want that to be the moment. Still ahead with ace high.
Still a blank.
I have a feeling the likes of Danny and Punat are eyeing this spot. I mean, can you imagine? Lung Lung, a stand-up comedian, content creator, and of course...
Wow, still checking that too.
I mean, and she actually gets the check mark. She's been playing poker for a year, and now here she is multi-way with Danny Tang and Punat Punsri. Does have the check mark.
She might have the check mark, but will she have the pot?
Danny has had enough.
Exactly.
He knows Lung Lung cannot have a good hand, otherwise she would have bet to protect it in position on the previous 2 streets. He can represent all kinds of things, having called the big blind.
Yeah, he's not a blogger. He's an
Ooh,
tricky.
Punat knew exactly what was going on, except just did not want to pull the trigger there.
Go, Danny. Well, we welcome the 200 viewers watching this stream. This is the Asian Poker Tour Taipei 2024, brought to you from Asia Poker Arena in Taipei. This is building up to be the biggest Asia Poker series of all time. The main event coming up. And tomorrow we're going to have this Superstar Challenge with a buy-in of 25,000 American dollars.
That is incredible. I mean, talk about setting records. The Asian Poker Tour, you literally have events you can buy in at many stops for $100 US, all the way to 25,000 USD. We will of course be streaming that event tomorrow, so make sure you hit subscribe or at least hit like on the stream so the YouTube gods know that you're interested in what we have to offer, and we look forward to having all of you and more people checking out what's going to be some high intensity action. $25,000 as a buy-in.
That's enough to buy a nice car, no?
Incredible.
By the way, speaking of streaming, we are our partners are streaming this exact event in multiple languages. So it's localized in Hong Kong, in Cantonese, in Mandarin, in Thai, and in Vietnamese. So do check out Natural 8 Hong Kong, Natural 8 Taiwan, Natural 8 Thailand, and Natural 8 Vietnam for localized content.
And it bears mentioning that this is an invitational, sit and go of course, but the players have put in the buy-ins. You know, so just in case you're thinking if people are taking it a bit too loosey-goosey, as they say, not at all. They've put up $888 US, trying to win, of course, almost 8,000 and the main event ticket.
Speaking of loosey goosey, you've got to try the goose in Taiwan.
Oh, is it?
Or they do like a stew, goose stew, very well here. Tasty, loosey goosey and tasty. Greg goes all in, has a decision to make. King queen off from the small blind. He decides to 3-bet.
I like it. I really like it. Bad timing, of course. He's up against the ace-king suited of ElkY, but I like that he simply did not flat, taking the aggressive route, realizing that Eric is going to be pretty loose from the hijack. I don't think this is going to work out in his favor, but love the gumption.
So he's got all the information in his goggle or not?
Oh, like a heads-up
like a
display?
Yeah, like a So he's pretending that it's a normal pair of ski goggles?
Yeah, right now it's
actually like a computer.
It's showing like Greg's Hendon mob, it's showing Greg's player profile, and based on all that, I suspect...
And his memes as well.
And it's Greg's memes, it's Greg's content. You can see how loosey-goosey Greg is.
So it's a 4-bet.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4-bet, let's face it. Ace-king suited.
I think we did all that without any HUD.
Did you use it before the main? Or
Greg is going to be disappointed. He knows this hand needs to hit the muck.
Put
But
those sunglasses on, Greg.
no. Do not go all in, Greg. Let's save that. Let's this one go.
So this time is actually the first time I meet you in person.
That's right.
And Greg in person. Yeah, we've worked together for almost a year.
That is true.
Online, and finally we are physically in the same space.
And we have many prop bets to now cash in on. Many beers that were bet.
Yes.
I suspect we'll rack up a few more. They usually revolve around how many hands heads up will take. Of course, once in a while, something a little more eclectic, like I think I remember betting on how long the bubble would take. We're poker players, what can you do?
The latest one, you know, I've been running a streaming table in Hong Kong. And the latest one we do is, out of the 9 players, who is the most breaking even player?
What does that mean?
So, you know, you have winners, you have losers, but you have the ones who just kind of break even. So who is the most broken even player?
You know, I would like to think I'm a very break-even player, but probably deluding myself. ElkY finds the jacks, middle position, opens it up, and Frankie C thinking, well, maybe Eric's getting a bit out of line. After all, the ace-king suited was not exposed to the table. 4-bet and took it down. Could be sort of a momentum play from Eric. Doyle Brunson used to call it playing the rush. Frankie decides to bounce, but I think he's going to get the bad news once again. In a winner-take-all format, I think it's pretty comfortable to 4-bet the jacks here. Don't have to worry about that nasty ICM at the moment.
This deck size cannot max this bet.
Stronger than 85% of Frank's range, I think. So it's worth putting in a 4-bet.
And not to mention, you want to get it all in against under pairs that might be playing the same way, 3-betting from the hijack.
It's super cold there, I heard.
Now it's a little bit better than...
And you can bluff off a bunch of ace-jack. You know, you don't want the ace to realize. You don't want to risk that 30%. So the 4-bet is good, but the flat is not bad either. Oh, there's a jam.
There's so much...
nice and definitive.
Yeah, I was going to say there's so much like metagame advantage to the 4-bet as well, where you're just essentially saying every time anybody fights back against me, I 4-bet them off the hand, and it certainly reduces the chance that people 3-bet you light afterwards.
You know, I think that would... Ooh, hello, ElkY.
There we go. Never disappointing. All the colors of the rainbow on his shirt.
Perfect, you're in the big blind, bro. Sit down.
Mr. Bertrand Respellier is in the house.
You're in the big ones, you have to.
So despite him wearing sunglasses, I can report that Taipei hasn't been very sunny today.
Bit gloomy on the outside, slight drizzle, but action-packed and buzzing on the inside here at the Asian Poker Arena, and isn't that what counts?
Thank you.
Go on, Evan. Open it up. 8-7 suited. Nope, he just flatted to let ElkY see the first flop.
Over 200 of you on YouTube, and of course, as Steven mentioned, many people joining us on Natural 8 channels as well in various regional languages. Look at this.
Flop him dead.
Just flopping him dead. Welcome to the game, ElkY.
I have a feeling ElkY is wearing that shirt to test the ability of the camera to capture all the colors.
Is the white balance okay? Is the exposure okay? Here you go. Figure it out. So there we have it. Lung Lung down to 5 bigs. Rough spot.
That was unfortunate.
Nothing she could have done. Sometimes coolers happen, but only matters what she does with the 5 bigs. We would have loved to see a jam from that ace-10 suited, which went multi-way. Of course, it would have worked out in her favor, but I do understand her probably not wanting to risk her tournament life, you know. Getting that camera time, getting that table time. It is a fun table, but when you have 5 bigs, you just want to be all in or fold, so hopefully that's the way she approaches it.
Ace-10 off. Greg goes. Oh no, okay, he raises.
Greg goes 2x.
Greg goes 2x.
The problem is I can't control it.
And how about Greg on this table, Steven? I mean, he's been playing poker for 3 years, I believe. Started off during COVID, of course, went the content creation route. Absolutely loves the game. Of course, his name comes from slightly encouraging the more fun side of poker, and he's a hilarious content creator. But now, he's on the table with Funat, ElkY, Espen, Danny, and I'm just naming the legends here. Nevin and ElkY, of course, local legends to say the least. What a cool spot.
ElkY was the runner-up in the WSOP European event, so you know,
over
a legend in his own right. Huh?
Over 2 million in lifetime earnings now.
That is something Asians haven't done yet, which is to win the WSOP main event. And he came that close.
It's coming. You know it's coming. The way Asians are just growing within the game of poker, and of course traveling internationally to stops that otherwise might have felt a bit too distant. I mean, if you think about Triton Poker, it's just dominated by Asia now, and Triton is pretty much as prestigious as it gets in the high roller circuit. Danny and Punat, of course, familiar faces there.
I thought it was like a shark game.
Well, you know, before the you know, the tennis circuit has 4 Grand Slams, and before the Australian Open, there are all kinds of Asian tournaments for, you know, top pros to play before they go to Australia. So this APT actually has attracted a lot of top pros to play here before they go to Jeju for the Triton series.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's a nice stop. Playing pretty big high rollers, but not nosebleed. Just getting a rhythm.
With the exception, of course, of the Superstar tomorrow, 25,000.
That's the lowest possible Triton event.
Exactly. But again, I just have to reiterate. I mean, this is the first time APT is doing a $25,000 buy-in. Over the course of a year, we've essentially, as I mentioned earlier, from $100 to $25,000. How cool that we're approaching that level of high rollers. I mean, the whole series is guaranteed for 150 million Taiwanese dollars. That's good for $5 million US. Just going from strength to strength, bigger fields to bigger fields. In case you're watching this and are just about close enough to Taiwan that you can take a flight down here within the next 10 days, I highly recommend it. Last time around, we were at the Asian Poker Arena. This was, I believe, APT Taipei 2023 in May. And we literally ran out of space on day 2. The feature table had to be used as a regular table. I mean, that's the kind of traction we got. Now, of course, we're well prepped for such an occurrence. And look at this. ElkY running hot. Ace King suited. Pocket Jacks. Now pocket aces in the big blind. Facing the open from the button of Espen. Could he think his hand is too strong, or does he want to continue that sort of metagame dominance of just raising everyone, having it every time?
I think it'd be amazing if he can flat and trap. It's unlikely, but
You can see my car?
exactly.
You can see my car?
Much easier when you can see the cards and see Espen was getting out of line. But of course, on the button, Espen was going to be as wide as it gets.
But he knows as well because he's got his HUD.
Engineering, right? Your background?
That's right.
Engineering for about
Oh, he's taking it off. Doesn't need it anymore. When you're getting hit by the deck, you don't need the ski goggles / Apple Vision Pro 2.
So Ken is asking when the deadline for the Guess the Winner competition is. And the answer is 10:30 p.m. Hong Kong time. 10:30 p.m. Taipei time. So in another 23 minutes, the deadline will come. So please hurry up and guess the winner. Who is it going to be? Espen, SixPoker, Danny Tang, or Frank? Maybe Greg goes all in. So the chip leader is the Espen, followed closely by SixPoker and Danny Tang.
And I don't rely on poker to
Greg does look a little bit sheepish, like the imposing Danny Tang, staring at you, talking to you, and Greg is like, yeah, I'm just like a comedian.
Well, Greg has been on a bit of a heater, by the way, I should point out.
Oh, really?
He's taking the game a lot more seriously, getting coaching.
Oh, really?
I'm not just saying this frivolously, because in the past I have mocked him for getting some APT scores in the form of midnight TikTok events, which is an APT special. I'll tell you more about that in the future for all of you who are not familiar with that unique structure, but Greg has been doing really, really well. He did manage to actually get some big scores, get his Hendon Mom up to that $20,000 level, and have a lot of hope from him.
Well, flop comes 6-6-3. Danny Tan has Queen High versus Nevin's Pocket 10, so it's going to be quite a straightforward bet in the fold.
So I did ask everybody in chat who they were supporting. I'm yet to hear from you guys. We'd love to hear some stories. If you're familiar with any of the players, of course, we've been telling you things about Greg, but I'd love to hear more about every one of our participants, especially Long Long, the wild card, down to just 2 bigs. I want to hear more before we perhaps lose her, just being realistic. Certainly always rooting for the underdog, but she is down to 2 bigs. And of course, while we have you here, do hit the like button. You'd be amazed how much it helps us. I'd love to get that help and boost so that we can promote the game and promote the stream.
Ace King suited. Straightforward open. ElkY seems very relaxed.
I'm sure this isn't the first all-star lineup ElkY has found himself in. Absolute legend of the game.
ElkY will be thinking, without me, it's not an all-star lineup, surely. Greg flops middle pair. Unfortunately, Punat has the top kicker. That means Greg is going to have to pay at least 1 street.
Yeah, interesting one. So close to being bottom 2 pair with the King Queen 3 rainbow. Greg, of course, was defending with the Queen deuce off. Another king is bad news for Greg. Reduces the likelihood that Punat has a king. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he has. Greg might have to pay off 1 more street here. After all, it's Punat. Could easily double barrel with absolute air, trying to get things like gut shots to fold. Yep, here comes the bet. Tough decision for Greg, but
maybe having a deuce as a kicker is going to play. Oh no, he's not. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say tough decision, but I think a queen is just too strong. Oh, did he say?
Nah, it's just calling.
Oh yeah, I thought he said all in.
But that kicker is going to be a problem.
Ooh. Well, the kicker is no longer the problem because Greg will think he has queens and kings with an ace kicker. And now, Punat with the effective nuts surely puts Greg all in.
Punat is only losing to aces. There's no other hand that can beat him. That little lingering doubt that Greg has king queen is no longer a problem.
Let's not forget, Punat opened under the gun. Certainly an ace and a king are a huge part of his range.
Oh, that's cheeky. There's always so much strength when you put in a time bank. That's my latest observation. You time bank because you have a bloody strong hand.
Yeah, but it's Punat. I'm sure he's well balanced on his time banks. There goes the all-in. Greg needs to consider a hero call. Certainly hope he decides
Just
against it.
in case Greg has king queen.
Let's not forget the Jack 10 gets there as well with the straight. Greg has barely a bluff catcher. Oh, the cameraman having a little bit of the shakes.
Ah, it's too good looking, that Greg.
Lets it go. Good fold, sir. On to the next one. Bad run out. Little did he realize he was behind all the way.
Okay, without being too judgmental, this current chip count is actually reflecting the career score of the players. Right? Frank has a bit more win earnings than, well, maybe not ElkY. ElkY came late, but you know, this is.
Yeah, let's shake it up. Let's flip the script. Poker gods, if you're listening, let's give the underdogs, at least the Hendon mob underdogs, some boosts here. We did get an update that the deadline for the Guess the Winner is actually 11 p.m. local time, so that's 45 minutes from now.
Correct.
And what can I say? It's free money. Just try and guess the winner. If you're right, get natural $8.
Cannot be fairer than that, right?
Look at this. Just had the ace jack off, hit the muck from Espen, respecting ElkY's under the gun +1 open. There we go. Remember when we asked Espen if he was approaching this very seriously?
The answer is yes.
Clearly.
Greg, don't go all in, please.
Yeah, Queen 9 suited is just too pretty to not try and see a flop. Does know that ElkY open under gun +1. A queen would be disastrous. See a heart.
Hearts is good,
Right in the window.
Just one heart, two hearts. Okay. Two fives. 6-5-5 rainbow. Does not help Greg at all. Oh, the turn helps him though. It's not often you increase your equity being such an underdog pre-flop. Wow, check too. Ooh, okay. That's quite nice because it's an easy fold for Greg. He knows he's got queen high, he's not showing down. So does he take the bluffing route or does he just go again?
Certainly seems like the turn was the time to bet with his holding. Easier said than done, of course. Facing ElkY.
Checking is giving up. Just put in a 5,000 chip and it's done.
ElkY's played his hand face up. Checked when he did not have it. Cost the king on the river. Makes the bet. Has polarized though, 16,000 into 20,000. Greg considering a hero call, or maybe taking up his camera time, which he well deserves.
Greg goes all tight.
Well, he does not want ElkY to think he can be bossed around. Wants to make ElkY feel nervous a little bit. And how cool is that, by the way? Greg and ElkY, by the way, have commentated together at the APT.
Oh,
here they are battling it out.
When did ElkY get into the booth?
It was about a year ago in Fuquoc.
Okay.
Huge supporter of the Asian Poker Tour, Mr. Grospellier.
You know, he's practically Asian now, isn't he?
Oh, for sure. I mean, he was most famous, and that's when I remember hearing about him, for being a gamer in Korea.
Correct.
And making his way to poker. I remember watching a video of him playing 32 tables at once. And actually, Kelvin, our producer here at the APT, mentioned that inspired Kelvin, who is also a gamer, to play 16 tables at once.
Oh, really? Oh. How did he do?
He said well. Yeah, he said he could handle it. He certainly could not do 32. Because not everybody's ElkY, but 16 is, I mean, firstly unimaginable to me. I can barely manage 3 or 4, but only gamers can have that level of hand-eye coordination.
You need this program called Keyboard Ninja. So Keyboard Ninja helps you create shortcuts for things, so instead of clicking with your mouse, you can just do everything on the keyboard. That's showing my age, by the way. Keyboard Ninja is such an old thing.
Oh, is it? Is it like the Winamp of poker
exactly.
software?
Yes.
By the way, Liv in chat mentioning, as a long-time Greg Goes All-In subscriber, I must root for Greg. We do not blame you, Liv. Please do root for Greg. Certainly needs it at the moment, having been crippled over the past couple of hands. And we're all long-time Greg Goes All-In subscribers here. Man, it's getting funnier and funnier. Just crossed 100,000 subs. Here's the battle. Small blind versus big blind. 5-4 off versus the 9-6 suited. Pair flop is good enough for Punat to take it down. Punat Punstri, #1, Thailand, all-time money list. Approaching $13 million in live earnings. Now that is an all-star right there.
Or I could go to Kyoto maybe? Or I could stay in Seoul for 4 more days? I'm not sure. I need to find a plan for those 4 days.
So recently we've installed an RFID table in Hong Kong, and the feedback from the dealers is that dealing a TV table is maybe 3-4 times more difficult.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because you pay so much more attention to the bet sizing, all the actions. So all credit to the dealers at APT.
ElkY, by the way, rocking the GG patch. No surprise there. Often does the GG dance that that his avatar does on the app for us live in person, which is always a treat, and I hope you guys get to see it. If not today, at some point during the series. Espen, by the way, representing GTO Wizard. Certainly an indispensable tool for most poker players these days.
One of many.
One of many. It's no Winamp.
Oh, I was thinking, what were the alternatives to Winamp? iTunes, I suppose.
Yeah, I think iTunes crushed the Winamp market. I hope people know what I'm even talking about. I mean, I'm dating myself as well.
So ignore the audience. Just us talking.
Yeah, just us oldies remembering the pre-2000s internet.
Napster days.
That's right.
I bet they wouldn't even know what Napster was.
Oh, I feel so old. Loving the feature table this time around, by the way. An improvement. I remember what it was like last time around. This time a bit more elevated, cooler stage. The arena can actually see what's going on in the feature table thanks to the screens. It's going to be an exciting 10 days ahead. once the main kicks off, I mean, the whole arena is just so abuzz. You can actually hear it on the stream as well. Of course, the chips riffling, but every announcement, every scream of joy that comes from a big bust out or somebody making the money or something of that sort. 11 days of streams.
Of course, exactly. I was going to say, you know, we're going to bring you all the exciting action live on, well, delayed live on YouTube. Lung Lung, 6-4 suited. Putting in under the gun. And we see Greg goes all in. With Queen 10 off. Bloody hell, ElkY picks up pocket sixes from the small blind.
Wow. If he finds a call, he could be looking at a double elimination potential. Six is not good enough though. Lets it go.
Nope, Greg's got his glasses on. Good. Alright, let's see a...
Here we go, first one. Player at risk. Lung Lung. Yes.
All in glasses are on.
Greg with the double merge opportunity. Lung Lung with the all-in glasses. Greg, of course, rocking his usual all-in glasses.
So he did bring a spare pair for his opponent.
Oh, the man knows what he's doing. Here we go after the flop. Six right in the window.
Terrible. I feel fucking awful. I feel disgusted.
Watch your language.
I mean, I'll let you know how I feel. Okay, S of spade. 4 is not bad. S of spade.
Spades to boot. 13% equity for Greg.
All the outs.
That's a queen or a 10 that isn't a spade.
Boom.
How about a straight for Lung Lung to stay in the mix?
So they work. I want to keep them.
You won the hand, and you're gonna steal my merch? You are telling jokes today.
Love it. This is what it's all about, keeping it light.
Have you got a pair of Greg's all-in glasses?
You know, I keep trying to get one, and he just directs me to his website. Cheeky bugger.
It's all about the money, huh? It's capitalism.
Yeah, he's a content creator. He knows what he's doing. He does tend to give out a pair, like if he plays a big tournament and then whoever busts him. And every once in a while, the person he gave out a pair to has a deep run afterwards. So I'm certainly vying for them, considering there's some good luck involved.
Eric is like, the ski goggles are too difficult. He's got him on his forehead already. Danny +2 with pocket threes, which is an easy give up. Greg might go all in. No, not yet. 10-4 suited. It's not going all in hand.
I was a bit surprised he took the spot with the queen 10 off, by the way.
Very surprised.
Sadly got punished a bit, even though he was absolutely correct, it turned out to do so. And we've been talking about whether players are going to take this seriously. I mean, look at Panat. His composure, his play, as usual. The man is an absolute rock, playing solid, solid, solid. He's basically the favorite at every poker table he sits down. This one's no different. Look at that.
He's got the cash, he's got the good looks, and he's got the skills.
And by the way, just one of the nicest guys ever. I mean, one interaction with him just leaves you astounded. The politest person, very sportsmanlike, and you can see every table, especially the feature tables and the final table from the last APT Taipei that we covered. Immediately, everybody around him had a certain reverence for him. They were essentially asking him for advice. Even Chiwi Fan, who made the legendary 5-bet bluff against him, essentially was, you know, bowing to him before leaving, which is just incredible. What a presence.
By the way, have you followed other MTT series in Taipei recently?
Oh no.
Fan took his revenge with Ace-5.
Oh, did he?
In another series about 6 weeks ago.
I cannot wait to check that out.
He 4-bet with Ace-5, got jammed, called opponent at pocket kings, and he got a straight.
Oh my.
So he won a high roller event with crippled his opponent with ace 5.
All right, Greg. All right.
Yeah, Greg, sexy beast.
He's happy to get that one through. I'm guessing that's actually the first hand he's won in a while. Jack off. Jam goes through.
And look at this stage. I mean, this is just simply world class, isn't it? You know, the APT streaming table.
Absolutely. I'm loving all the new camera angles we essentially figure out every tour. That little close-up we got of Greg, great example. Hope to see more and more.
Would have been better if it was Sharon Stone, but you know, Greg will do.
Greg goes all in, all in.
Where? Go and put your glasses on, kid.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's it.
We're off to the races. Winat has ace king off.
So here we go, a rejam to isolate, hopefully. And
well, Punat is the chip leader with 32 bigs, of course. He's certainly calling. Does he want to isolate?
Second hour it's 15 minutes, the third hour is 10, fourth hour is 5, fifth hour it's 2 minutes and onward. I final tabled TikTok Turbo once. Cool. I was the chip leader going to the final table. I had 2 big blinds. Oh, nice. It was 6. And then I won the big blind. I won the button.
is someone going to pick up aces? Come on, there many more hands yet.
I'm about to get
Ooh, Long lets the 10-9 suited go. Funnily enough, given the structure, that could have been a good spot to just get it in there. Hope to triple up.
It's a classic flip. Can't get any more classic than that. 50-50, like right on the line. 50-50.
This is unbeatable.
Unbeatable, someone says. Natural 8, pocket 8s. What is going to be?
And look at the pot. I mean, Greg would be right back in it. 94,000 in the middle.
Literally start walking down there. Yeah, you were way too close. Greg, you were way too close to the
He's falling off the stage, kid.
What did we win actually? I don't know. We bought in 800.
Here we go.
Did we win a trophy? Did we win a trophy? I just won a trophy.
Oh.
Yeah, I had it.
Oh.
Is that a king? Is it a king?
Yeah. It's a queen.
Unfortunately, Greg, that is a king.
Yes, sir.
Greg needs a red 8.
He looks like a naughty schoolboy. Just got caught cheating in an exam.
Look at Punat and you'll look how happy he is. Long, is it a queen? You have a backdoor flush draw.
Oh, that's the back door. So 2 8s and all the spades. All the bloody spades. Go on. Give him a chance. Boom.
Close. Needed
Greg
a red
goes all
8.
in. GG.
GG, Greg. First one out. Great effort. Nothing you could do. Gotta win flips.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Unlucky, Greg. That was close. And you know, he did put his money in with pocket 8s, which is very suitable to the theme.
Ah.
Running hot, Punat. Running hot. Running hot.
Running hot.
And then there were 8s. We do lose our friend. Greg goes all in 9th. Just a reminder, this is a winner-take-all. $8,000 to the winner, along with the main event ticket. That's worth about 2,300 USD, give or take.
So since I last spoke to you, I think that was the South Korea series, maybe?
Yeah, APT Incheon, that's right.
Yeah, Incheon, that was it. And I've played at this TV table twice.
Oh,
since
wow.
then. And the feeling is... Oh, Greg is coming in.
Those freaking fish, man! Those fish, I can't win on flip! And then I get shut down on a 6-4 suited? What did SixPoker 4-bet me with? Min 4-bet me with early on when I folded King Queen on, do you remember?
Something big.
It was good. I played great! I'm first one out! Thanks for watching. That was a great time. It was great playing with everybody. I hope you guys all have a great time watching. I'm gonna go sleep now. Maybe I'll go play TikTok Turbo. Who knows? Okay, bye.
Save me a pair of glasses.
GG, Mr. Greg goes all in. Thanks for keeping us entertained both inside and outside the booth, sir.
That was a bit of a rage. Was that out of character, do you think?
No, absolutely not. Greg is going to be entertaining whether he wins or loses. This we know.
Danny is actually got the check mark with ace high here, which I think he will feel quite safe here because Punat is unlikely to have, well, maybe it's going to be a chop because it's a double pair board. So ace high is actually pretty good here.
I do love seeing this. Danny and Punat battle it out. Goes with the min bet.
And of course they are friends on the poker tour around the world.
Which means there's a lot of leveling wars happening right now. Punat knows how Danny plays. And vice versa. He's essentially...
look at his smile.
I mean, how cool. Punat is thinking this much for putting in that one chip. Does make the call.
King high.
Danny cheeky about the value he just extracted.
Punat was definitely calling for a chop.
Punat's still the chip leader. Danny close behind now. The All-Star Showdown, we're down to 8. Things are going to move pretty quickly. Blinds, of course, right now, 2,000, 4,000. We started with 80,000 in chips. That was good for 40 blinds amongst everyone. That's been halved. Things are going to get spicy, that's for sure. Meng timing in the chat says, welcome to Taiwan, Greg, right after the knockout. Liv says, Greg goes to bed. Well, if you heard the rant that Greg delivered in the commentary booth a moment ago, I have a feeling that rage is not going to be channeled by going to bed. As he mentioned on his way out, I think some side events might be getting bought into.
Oh, here's a bit of a insider information. Greg actually delayed his flight. He only arrived this morning, so he must be a little bit tired as well.
Well, look at this, Stephen. We had an open from Espen, the ace-9 off under the gun +2. ElkY found the 3-bet with the ace-jack off, was correct, but Frankie C woke up with ace-king off, recording himself, of course, for his vlog. Gets the call and is in great shape to have a massive double up here.
Frank has been very, very quiet.
Just bided his time. Found a good sequence of events there with Espen opening a bit too light. Eric ended up with the 3-bet and was priced in when Frankie went all in. So ace-king versus ace-jack. 2-1 favorite. Pretty good spot. After the flop. Queen 10-5, which means the outs are actually reversed now. Eric needing a king instead of dodging one.
A queen and 10. Queen and 10.
Eric calling for some chops, certainly possible. That's not one of them, but it does give Eric extra outs. Never easy. Now a 9 or a king would give Eric the straight.
No.
Safe.
Frank has been waiting for this moment for 26 hands. Because he hasn't actually been involved much, has he?
Yeah, look at this. He's probably close to the chip lead now with over 25 bigs. By the way, we were talking together to Frank, with Frank earlier, and it's funny, he could only talk about what's going to happen at the table from the perspective of the content he would create out of it.
Exactly.
He's like, well, if I last long, then it's a good video. so I want to last long. Not because he wants to win necessarily, and you can just tell the passion he has for content creation. That's perhaps why his channel is doing so well, just ramping up right now, crossed 15,000 subs on YouTube. And he did mention that he's really getting into sort of the production, the video production side of it. So he wants to see each of his videos essentially as a short film, as opposed to a YouTube video. Love the passion.
It's actually quite hard to differentiate, make yourself unique. So you have to really ramp up your production value as a content creator on YouTube. Yeah, there's so many, poker creators, and some of them are funny, like Greg, and some of them just, really have good production value. And Frank would be one of those guys with the cinema quality poker videos.
And they're still super fun. I did watch some of his vlogs. It really keeps it very engaging in the way that you want a YouTube video to be. He has moved up in stakes pretty steadily. He said he consistently now plays 510 USD in his home country of the US.
And it doesn't hurt that he's a very good-looking bloke.
Absolutely. Frankie C, hotshot from Vegas.
G on YouTube. Wow, SixPoker with the Apple glasses. Well, you've been bluffed by a poker pro. They are not Apple Vision Pros. SixPoker is actually wearing just a box standard skiing goggles.
A trend started by Phil Lock back in the day, if you remember. Started
Many
those
years ago. You're showing your
giant ski
age again.
goggles. I'll happily show my age for name-dropping Phil Lock, one of the absolute legends of the TV poker game. Sort of made TV poker's tournament and cash so much more exciting to watch in the early era of poker on
After
TV.
Dark.
Yep, and High Stakes Poker, the show, of course. And the ski goggles, I remember, were from the Premier League, which was
Yes,
this...
yes, the English, the British version. Yes,
Exactly,
yes.
the sit-and-go format they had.
Oh, I remember. Oh, who were the players? The Devilfish, rest in peace. He's recently, well, not recently, but a few years ago, passed away.
Poker Hall of Fame member,
Yes,
Devilfish.
yes.
Mr. Dave Elliott, one of the OGs, promoted the game, and
one of the OG from the Hendon Mob.
One of the OG, yeah, exactly, like an actual OG.
The actual Hendon Mob.
G as in gangster.
Yes.
If you don't know who we're talking about, Google Devilfish. He always had these, what do they call them? Knuckle testers?
Yes.
Something like that. One said devil, the other said fish.
Simple tattoos.
Love seeing this, by the way. ElkY and Espen, same shot, kicking off our streaming schedule here at APT Taipei. Goes to show the level of talent we're working with.
You know, in a football match, in a soccer match, people say a good player, they scan the pitch all the time. A good poker player does the same. They're always scanning. Just looking for tells, checking out stack sizes, just observing the table all the time. And you can tell ElkY was actually looking around the table even though he's wearing sunglasses. You can tell his eyes were moving. Sign of an excellent player. I think Lung Lung is slightly overwhelmed by the table, would you say?
Well, she's, to quote...
very short-stacked.
To quote Teddy KGB, she's certainly hanging around.
To quote Teddy KGB?
Good on her.
Pay the man his money. I can't even do the fucking bloody accent.
Oh, he's a Russian mobster. Not an easy one. He made it up as well, the accent.
I know. In fact, I think I read an interview with Matt Damon saying he couldn't stop laughing the first time.
That's right,
when
yeah.
John Malkovich did it.
I heard about that as well, and then apparently John Malkovich noticed how Matt Damon was kind of weirded out and leaned into Matt Damon and said, "I'm not a very good actor."
Says John Malkovich, one of the greatest actors of all time.
ElkY's had enough. Needs a little walkabout.
It's good, right?
Espen considering a mighty loose defense.
You do have to be a superstar to wear white trousers, would you not say?
Oh yeah. That is an ElkY move right there.
Hopefully she's feeling better.
There's the chip distribution once more. Lung Lung, of course, we discussed right at the bottom. 3 stacks hovering around the 11 to 12 big blind mark. The blind increment is coming soon, and like I said, things are going to get spicy. It does take a while to settle into any table.
Oh, ElkY got his phone taken away.
Uh-oh.
GG indeed. So for the viewers just joining us, this is the Natural 8 Superstar All-Star Showdown, featuring several Team Hot from Natural 8, plus a WSOP main event bracelet winner, and a GG Network ambassador, and also a wild card from Taiwan, who's a very famous comedian.
Check out her YouTube channel, Lung Lung, she goes by.
If you speak Mandarin. Danny with pocket 8. Lung Lung's jammed with A7, which is very fair, really. Ace high is very good.
So there we go. Lung Lung is going to be at risk, but what's tricky is Danny has been 3-bet by ElkY, putting in over half his stack in the 3-bet.
ElkY might have saved Lung Lung.
Essentially, going to end up ISOing Lung Lung with a hand that is actually worse off, while the better hand folds. Great result for Lung Lung. Here we go. Good triple up. Has 51% equity, just eking ahead.
What am I doing, says Danny Tang. That slightly embarrassed smile from Lung Lung. Little did she know that she was going to be ahead pre-flop. And remained so on the flop. 9-5-4 rainbow. Ace high still good, 70%.
I can't wait to look at the stream.
The turn comes, a 6 doesn't help anyone, 90% chance of winning.
Post it to social media so I can share it.
Boom.
There we go.
There you go. Ace high is good.
Lung Lung triples up thanks to ElkY. Pocket 8s, of course, would have won. And getting a huge laugh out of it.
And she knows it too.
What an incredible turn of events. I mean, she's essentially swapped stacks with ElkY. And right in the middle of being almost out of the tournament, she manages to hang around. Graphics showing actually ElkY has 9 bigs left. I have a feeling that might be the correct amount, considering ElkY's 3-bet. So we'll just get back on that. I suppose Lung Lung could still be last in chips. Here's that camera work I was talking about. Have lots more production enhancements coming up over the course of the series. We're not getting a shout out, of course. We mentioned Thailand #1, 7th last year in the GPI global rankings.
I never found it. Did they have them here?
Quick folds all the way to, well, I was going to say the button, but yeah, it is the button. Espen on the button. We've seen him raise pretty much anything off the button, so certainly the suited ace is going to get the open. Essentially puts Lung Lung all in, as well as Eric, who has about 10 bigs. So easy jam there for Espen. Takes it down, and I think we're reaching that point in the sit and go where the shallow stacks are going to feel the hit.
And you know, Ace 5 is become legendary on the APT tour.
And perhaps coincidentally, Danny, Espen, Bonat, 3 of the most experienced sickos on this table, are the 3 players with the biggest chip stacks for now, and they know exactly how to wield it. They're going to muscle the short stacks as much as they can, keeping, of course, the winner-take-all structure in mind as well. At this point, you just got to hold on and hope to find a hand, and as I say that, pocket kings for Nevin, who continues laughing.
So now his wife is watching very closely to pick up tells. So next time when Nevin is lying, you know what to look for. He looks so relaxed. Ah, as if nothing's happened.
No action.
So happy to take it down. Free money, no risk. You know, he didn't really want to see an ace, right? You know.
Always an ace when you have a king. Correct. So 3 players below 10. ElkY, that's SixPoker on the screen. ElkY, of course. And Lung, who did find the triple up, still down to 7 bigs. We have Christy, our dealer. Huge shout out, as you mentioned, Steven, to all the live stream table dealers who have to deal with so many other variables. But of course, a huge shout out to the entire dealing staff here at the APT.
I was just about to say that. Very professional, you know, very diligent, really. You know, just excellent crew. And the floor staff, too.
G in chat asks, how fast are the blinds? 20-minute levels. It is certainly a turbo, and the blinds are 2K, 5K at the moment. The 5K is also now the big blind ante. Trust me, things are going to speed up. We have 12,000 in the middle every time, up for grabs. 80,000 was the starting stack. As I mentioned, these guys who are sort of sitting on top of the leaderboard, they're going to be putting the short stacks at risk constantly.
Scan your cats. Come on, Frank. Put them on the line. Put them on the line. No. Ace 9, easy call.
Simon in chat asking, what's the price for this? About $8,000. Winner take all. 888 was the buy-in.
Oh, there will be blood. What?
Oh my word. An insta-fold?
Bluffing you with Jackson suited.
I don't understand this. I really don't understand this.
Graphic error, most likely.
Probably,
I suspect
so. Yes.
the ace is a 4 or something like that.
Yeah.
Safe to say Danny did not fold trip aces on that board.
I think I'm just going to scratch his hand. I'm not going to talk about it any further because that makes no sense.
Well, coming back to it, Simon asking what's the price for this? $8,000 plus the main event ticket, worth about 2,300 USD. And let's not forget the APT trophy. I mean, that's really all that matters. What's the price for this? An APT Lion trophy. Just voted the best trophy in the world.
I saw a photo from Michael Zoyser yesterday with all the, oh no, maybe 2 days ago, with all the trophies laid at the table.
100 trophies this time around.
Beautiful.
I'm sure we'll get them in the shot soon. They're right next to the feature table. Lung, by the way, pocket pair, good enough. Jams it from the hijack. Would be a great time to not face resistance. Would add a third to her stack without any pressure.
Alright, let's go. Let's flip it.
Fair enough.
No, you should be very happy. Lung. Could have been pocket fours.
Oh, using the get-up equity, the stand-up equity, that extra boost. Did not work out for our friend Greg Goes All In though. He used the walk away from the table equity.
He used the fall off the stage equity. Ooh, that's safe. Not bad. Nothing,
Come on.
No backdoor, nothing.
We can be honest, we're all rooting for Lung here, right?
Oh, I am. Ace, no good.
Not only is she the underdog in terms of chips, I mean, obviously in terms of experience, everybody's the underdog to put out, but there we go. Pocket threes finds a double up. She's back in the game. I mean, we're always rooting for the chip and a chair spin up, and Lung is pretty close. I mean, she had about 2 to 3 bigs. Found the isolation from ElkY that allowed her to triple up, and now finds a double up. And look at that, above starting stack, right in the middle of the pack. Go Lung.
You'd be so good for the game if she wins. You know, watching her navigating through the main event, brilliant.
Can you imagine the stand-up comedy set she's gonna write from this? Cannot wait.
Oh, there's plenty observational stuff you can do with poker players, no?
Absolutely. Characters abound. There's one of them, by the way.
Aren't you going to stay to defend the title, Kuna?
Danny's natural 8 winnings were on the screen, almost 25 million.
It'll be hard to win if you don't give it a go.
What title are you defending?
The main event champion.
Were you on the last tournament?
Taipei, maybe. That's a good fight. You can defend.
I did ask Long Long what stand-up comedy is like in Taiwan, because of course I'm only familiar with Western and Indian stand-up comedy, and very similar to India, where she said the whole scene is just kind of 10 years old. Like the art form and of course people really getting it, being savvy to what stand-up comedy is.
Here we go. Danny Tang is looking for a double up here. Pocket jacks.
Nevin at risk. Ace-9 off. That
Danny's saying, let's go to the races.
I see. Well, it's better than a race, as we understand it in poker. 70% equity, pocket jacks versus ace-9. Could be losing the Taiwanese hero, Nevin, unless an ace appears.
Not yet.
9 for now.
9.
Does add equity. Needs now another 9 or an ace. The club helps as well for some runner-runners. Not to be on the club end. Just an ace or a 9, or we do lose Nevin.
Boom. GG.
Leaves with a smile, always classy.
He's such a good kid.
An amazing player, just very, very familiar face on the circuit. Just picks up those high roller APT trophies like it's nothing. Of course, went really deep in the main event as well.
That was the Danan event. Remember? That was the first time we worked together.
That's right. And then he went on to, by the way, go to the side event. I think it was a $5,000 high roller and just ship it like it's nothing.
That was funny. And of course, you know, his wife, Wei Wei, is also a very accomplished player too.
Oh, of course, you know, as Nevin takes the exit, let's just take one more moment to shout out an amazing YouTube channel they run, Win Poker Couple.
Correct.
Along with his wife, Wei Wei, who he did say is at home with their child right now. No doubt a bit sad if she was watching the stream, but that's just part of it. It is a winner-take-all, so there's going to be flips. It is a turbo, so they're going to come quick.
Allow me to correct you slightly here. Should have been sad half an hour ago.
Oh, that's right. 30-minute delay, of course. I have a feeling Nevin would have reported before the stream.
Sorry, missus. Hey, Lung Lung's way ahead here. Let's flop a king, hey? Oh, that will kill all the action.
Well, second best thing. Flops the ace. Has a lock on the hand. King of
Bet
diamonds.
in a fold. That'll be it.
Always need to reply to the...
Poker could be so simple, huh? You flop top pair, you c-bet, and you take it down.
And you get ElkY to fold.
Take it down. And you're slowly climbing up the leaderboard.
There we go. 7 players left. ElkY now the shortest stack. Tied actually with Eric. Who do we lose next? Winner take all. Come and get it. So, Steven, I'm sure you've thought about this in the past. What is the right strategy for a winner take all sit and go?
It's just like a cash game.
It's just chip EV.
Chip EV, pure chip EV. Makes no difference really. Like, you know, you just play like, yeah, chip EV. No ICM consideration, you just play.
But you know, at the same time, I completely understand, but you know, since everybody's used to playing tournaments, especially when you're shorter stack like this, I find that the cash game analogy doesn't really help me. Like, I don't really know how to play cash games with 20 bigs.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I guess broadly speaking, should you just be going for it every time?
Well, if you play one of the games that go straddle, re-straddle, and re-re-straddle, this is the game.
That's true. Just find an ace and jam it in, is that it? How do you play those re-straddle games?
Re-re-straddle, that's about 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
So yes, you can find the cash game analogy. There's no ICM here, so you know, you just find the right spot and you put it in.
Well, what about this? We're not deciding this isn't the right spot for about half his chips.
Because pocket jacks away.
Oh, free.
Ooh, another sensor problem?
Well, ElkY's chips are in the middle, so.
Where are his cards?
You had a
In
pair?
the middle?
Yeah, they're flipped
Oh,
over.
you have a pair, okay.
We have a race.
Alright.
Pretty good result for Eric. Needs to get back in the game, and these two were basically even stacks, so I think Eric has ElkY out chipped by just less than a small blind, and there's a jack. Still, some hope.
Got shot 10.
Got shot to the Broadway is all Eric can hope for. Boom.
Oh, it's nice.
His goggle's not working. You cannot just see the board. GG.
Well, not really. I think they should count it because as per the graphics, he's going to have one small blind left. Chip and a chair. Here we go.
That's how the winner story starts.
Well, let's just say he's very likely to be the next one out. We will be down to 6, and ElkY back in the game. 22 bigs now.
So speaking of SixPoker, he is setting up his own poker venue, a very upmarket poker venue in Taipei called 6Bet Lounge, and it shall open at the end of March. So that's another option for visitors coming to Taipei looking for poker action. You know, Taipei, Taiwan is one of the few places in Asia where poker is 100% illegal, tournament poker, and the CTP here is doing a fantastic job promoting MTT in Asia.
Well, good luck to Eric with his new venture, and as you just said, Stephen, how cool that Taipei is essentially becoming this hub for poker in Asia, and in general the way
Aces.
Easy life.
I'm the airport in like 20 minutes from finish.
So Eric is going to be all in, but as you were just saying, I mean, Taipei has become such a hub. Me coming for the first time for APT Taipei 2023, observing the madness, but now realizing that it's actually sustained madness. There's just so much action here all the time, and that's why we've actually come back to Taipei even before a full year was up. There's just so much demand, not only from locals and of course from players who live around the area or in countries that are close by. But look at that, Espen's here.
Ooh, that's a rejam.
ElkY deciding he loves the Jack 10 suited. He's going to find himself up against the aces. Try to squeeze.
Yeah.
Man, Puna just sets people up with aces, doesn't he? Thinking back to the main event last year.
Not in very good shape. The rich is about to get richer. 64% chance of getting richer.
For double KO.
Would have been more fun with a bit of a bounty action as well.
Hey, maybe next time.
Correct.
Oops.
Flopping.
That's overkill.
How easy is it?
Need a spade or an 8 or a 7 to keep things interesting.
Not to
None
be.
of them, but of course, Eric still has some
Straight
outs with
draw.
the 4s. ElkY's drawing dead. So we have lost ElkY. Sad to see him go. Can Eric bink the 4? Not to be. Double elimination. We lose Eric Sai, aka SixPoker, and Mr. ElkY, aka Mr. Grospellier.
GG indeed.
And Punat is now an absolute force on this table. We did call him the vacuum last time around, the way he was eliminating people at the main event final table. He's gone into his vacuum mode again. Handshakes and fist bumps all around. Good to have you, ElkY, as always. Look forward to seeing you in all the other events we have coming up. Of course, I have no reason to say this, but I hope you keep looking fly as you always do.
I bought a place there.
And there were 5. Long now, down to the bottom. Was middle of the pack just a moment ago, but 14 bigs is plenty.
No, I bought it a few months ago.
No, because we were talking about early though. It's still good. It will still go up.
Okay, so let's just take
I think so.
stock of what's happening here. We have, of course, Puna, Danny, and Espen, who I suppose we've been calling sort of the big 3 on this table.
Correct.
Lung Lung hanging in there. And let's not forget Frankie C. Playing tight
Frankie's
aggressive.
very tight, huh? You know, he's very just happy to be there, waiting for his spot.
Bit of card distribution at play, I will give him some credit. He did try 3-betting with the King 10 suited and got shut down by Eric's jacks. And I think that just made him calm down on the loose 3-bets. Waited for a spot with the Ace King. Let's see how he adjusts to 5-handed play.
You think?
Again, it's winner take all, so you have to get in the mix. There's no point waiting for anybody to bust.
And I think there's nothing worse than losing chips, you know, bleeding dry, and you see other players growing their stacks.
In
and
a
then,
winner take all.
And then you go heads up and it's like 10-1.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you know you're in deep trouble.
Oh,
Yeah, just in case anybody watching does not really process the difference between a winner take all SNG, which is what we're playing here, and of course a traditional final table, where you're getting more money every time somebody else busts. So you actually have a lot of incentive to hang around. I mean, you could literally make money by not playing a hand. That is absolutely not the case here. You want to be vacuuming up chips, growing your stack, so that when you get down to heads up, you have the best shot.
Ace high is good. Does he know that? Frank with the best hand, that is ace high. Turn comes to 10. Ace high is still way ahead. 70% equity in the 3-handed pot. He's checking just to protect his range. Yep, no stealing here. Pairs of the 10, so the ace high is definitely good.
Come on, Lung Lung, steal it. Nah, not this time.
I think a check is a very good move here for Frank as well. Yeah, of course he's gonna bet. Yeah, good check.
Good check, but Espen certainly caught how Frankie almost put out some chips and then decided to check. How does he want to interpret that?
Do you think that was deliberate? Just to...
That's a great question. I mean, Frankie, by the way, is an out-and-out live poker player, so it certainly could have been.
Just to warn his opponents that, ooh, I thought about betting. So don't bet into me.
That's usually what you're trying to represent. And it is sort of what sometimes in poker we call level 1 thinking, where, you know, strength is weakness, weakness is strength.
You're calling me level 1 now. Go on.
No, I'm just saying.
Just kidding.
Let's not forget level 1 and level 7 are the same thing, so.
Yeah, snap him off. Correct.
Nicely done.
Ace high is good.
Hey, what do you know? It was a level 1 induction. He got the queen high to actually bluff at it.
No, it's playing the board. Right?
Well, the queen high, or rather the king high to bluff at it.
There's no... Yeah, he was playing the board, right? So he had to bluff if he wanted to take the pot. He tried it and failed. Frankie is here to stay.
Which area is your plate? In the back? Downtown.
I'm so glad these superstars are having a taste of Taipei. There's plenty to see, plenty to do. And, you know, everything is convenient and competitively priced. You know, taxis are pretty cheap. Food is definitely cheap. And the weather hasn't been so good, but, you know, it's just a fantastic city to visit. So, come to Taipei if you like poker. By the way, the winner game is now finished. So let's see who is going to guess correctly. It's going to be Espen, Lung Lung, Frankie.
Oh, look at that card protector, by the way. It's Mario.
Oh, is it?
It's Mario on one of those question mark boxes.
Oh, cool. You have a jack and another jack.
I call.
Danny Tan.
What a showman.
I really don't know the
Danny Tang.
I don't know the second card. Oh my god. I have a good feeling about
Danny Tang.
I have a good feeling. Really? I'm not superstitious, but I have a good feeling.
Espen in rough shape.
Well, you're never that behind with an ace in your hand.
I don't need
32%.
Not too shabby.
Oh, you don't cover me, right? Okay.
Suited as well. Oops.
That's not me.
Danny almost flops Espen dead.
How
Espen
many
needing.
sets have we seen today?
Yeah, that's true. Especially jacks. Needs a queen or a king, I was about to say. Queen or a 10 rather to stay in the mix. Now, got shot to the Broadway. Never easy. Oh
That
my
is a
word.
10. That's how you win the main event. That's what he's thinking. Oh, wow. You think that's a bad beat?
Turns out Danny did not want the set. What a turn of events. Espen now essentially swapped stacks with Danny. Danny actually does not look happy.
Well done.
Hey. Well done indeed.
I do miss that era of poker where saying nice hand after a bad beat was sort of considered like etiquette-wise mandatory.
But now it's a trope.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically a needle, right? And it was sometimes back in the day as well, but you still did it. I kind of miss that gentlemanly aspect of the game.
Or ladylike.
That's good content.
Indeed.
Her face is like, oh my god, I have a good hand. You know? Yeah. Her face is just
Espen having a lot more fun than he was a moment ago.
Bad beating someone is always fun, though.
Part of the game. That's what we sign up for. That's what we love to see as well, especially when it's as dramatic as that. Nothing funner than a runner, says G in chat. Precisely.
Tell that to Danny Tang's face.
Well, with the big blind ante in the mix, 3k, 6k are the blinds. Danny finding the jam from the small blind with Jack 10 off. Actually perfectly theoretically correct, believe it or not. Jams the 15 bigs into Ponat's big blind. Picks up the big blind and the ante as a reward.
It would be difficult to find anyone in the world, really, that has studied more the push fold range of below 20 big blinds.
You think so? Is he a big studier?
Yes.
No
that much I know.
surprise.
Very, very studious. He's spends a lot of time studying, just looking at the dynamics, looking at all the different combinations of push and fold spots. Rome isn't built in one day.
Certainly $24 million in lifetime earnings are not built in one day, and takes a lot of study.
By the way, Danny told me this morning that one trophy that's missing in his cabinet, guess what it is? It's one of those single day high roller APT trophies.
Oh.
Those flat lions. He says he would like one of those. Which coincidentally was won by one of the guys from Hong Kong, Anson Zhang, yesterday. So there were 3 high roller events yesterday, all won by people from Hong Kong.
Oh wow, Hong Kong coming to play it. Very curious to see, by the way, since we're talking about our home nationalities, about the Indian presence here. I did spot some Indian sickos. Some of them have done well in the past at APT Taipei. Taiwan a bit too far to come from India, just because you need that stopover to get here, which might be one of the reasons that as many players don't make it. But I have to say, Natural 8 India just launched this year, so I'm looking forward to an increased presence thanks to the launch of Natural 8 India, including of course an invitational table. That should be pretty cool.
Oh, that's coming up, isn't it? When is it? Do you remember?
I'll have to check the schedule. I know the Superstars tomorrow,
Is it
of course. So
Monday or Tuesdays? I don't want to do those 2 days.
Yep, probably. That usually involves Natural 8 sponsoring an event where they fly out the final table, including getting the main event tickets. Fun streams to look out for. We're day 1 of 11 of our streaming schedule, guys. Plenty of amazing action to look forward to, so do hit subscribe if you haven't already to the APT YouTube channel. Hit like on the stream if you can. That way the algorithm will push it to you whenever we kick off streaming. Or just go to the APT website, apt.poker, and check out the streaming schedule. Or just come join us in Taipei. Have a beer with us.
I must say, I am expecting the 254 viewers to come back repeatedly in the next 11 days. Hey, how are you feeling today, by the way? You know, the first time we sit in the same room.
That's right.
Commentating on poker.
I feel pleasant. You smell great.
Yes, correct.
We have a
I had to check.
We have a great green room and a commentary booth set up here. Could not be happier for what lies ahead. And I mean it. I mean, you and I, Steven, we talk about it often. There's clearly something wrong with us. We love this game so much that we sign up and happily watch hours upon hours upon hours of it. But I do know, thinking back to Taipei last year, that this stop is something special. Especially the stop that we have this time. Over 100 events, and I can't wait to shout out some of them. I mean, the structures are wild. We have a heads-up event, by the way, this time. 32 entry heads-up. We have a shootout event. I was talking to Ray Chu, our marketing manager. I think 100 entry shootout for those who started playing on Zynga Poker. That's ideal. Come sign up. Back to the action, by the way. I see a trap has been laid. Danny Tang.
Flatting ace king suited pre.
Works on Punat and works on Espen. Danny.
I'm all in.
Rubbing it into Espen's face. Looking to get back at him for that ace-7 v Jack's hand.
That is cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Is a 10 going to come out to bite his bum?
Danny technically at risk.
Or another straight.
Bit annoying to lose. I believe in myself too.
Who is at risk? Oh, it's Danny, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, Espen had the bigger stack after that ace-7 hand. Now looking to seal the deal if he can manage the suck out again. Ace-10 v ace-king after the flop. Clean so far for the ace-king. 2 diamonds. Yeah. Always interesting. Some chop outs as well with runners, of course. A 10 would just seal the deal.
Diamonds.
There's those chop outs.
No. 6 of 5 diamond now. 6 of
Jack is clean. Ace-king finds a double up. Espen down to 7 bigs.
Crippled. But with this kind of structure, you know, it's never say never. You know, you can just run it up, blinds go up, and everybody's flipping. So just one of those things, you just don't give up. You know, it's one of those games I play a lot on Natural 8 online, those hyper events. And then you lay register with, you know, 15 big blinds. And it just takes one double up to be the chip leader. I think it's actually quite a different game, you know, Hyper Turbo. You've got to understand the dynamics, you've got to understand when to jam, be willing, be courageous enough to call off some maybe perceived to be inferior hands, but you just need to take those 30% chance, 35% chances, so that, you know, you take a double up and then you run it up.
Well, just look at Lung Lung. We can all learn from her how to run it up. And like you said, I mean,
are you trying to say we're not funny? We all learn from her?
Well, Espen clearly agreed with you because he found the jam with the ace-10.
Yeah.
Was not too worried about that limp. Certainly could have been a trap the way it turned out to be, but...
Is limp.
That's
Double
right.
limps.
Too much dead money, or as he saw it, dead money. There you have it. Punat and Danny now tied at the top, but as we've seen, fortunes can reverse in a moment here.
I think he would have been very happy to see a pair for a flip. and getting the dead money, perfect odds for it.
I think majority are yes.
The viewing numbers climbing up. We're going to hit 300 this evening, and we're expecting. I'm going to make a very bold prediction. I'm expecting over 3,000 people watching this stream for the main event.
Would love to see that. I will certainly back your prediction, just out of sheer optimism. And I really do believe our supporters, who've been so good to us over the past year, growing the streaming as much as APT is growing the live portion of the game. Certainly, I'm a believer.
Ooh, interesting. Wow, see, that is something that I haven't studied. Calling from the button with a suited one gapper.
With 7 bigs.
With such a short stack.
Wait, I'm in a hunt. Later. After the hunt.
You know, I am not going to question the correctness theoretically, because I'm sure he studied it, but I cannot, I don't understand it.
Long Long has the easy jam. Ace King in the small blind. She's all in. Frankie arguably has the easy fold despite the pretty hand. Lets it go. And Danny needs to call only 54,000. He has Espen covered as well, so he knows he's very likely to get in his money. 3-way. King 10 suited might just be good enough. His stack can afford it. Shows the discipline.
Alright, let's go.
Espen surely priced in. Long Long is going to get the most respect on this table. These players know she's going to be very tight, but Jack 9 suited, getting the pot odds he is, just has so much equity against most holdings. I would be very surprised if he lets this go.
It's unlikely that he's the cat removal is unlikely. Danny had a jack or a 9 as well, so it's good to have all the clean outs.
But how cool that he thought about it as well, right? I mean, wants to preserve those 5 big blinds.
Maybe he had GTO Wizard built into his brain.
Oh, he certainly does. That's probably what was taking time. Just running the sim.
Not that GTO Wizard is slow.
I think I have to call up. I think my closest fault is like if I should call you initially. That's like super close, I think.
So have you used it? Have you used Wizard before? GTO Wizard?
I've played around with it, yeah.
It's actually quite different to the GTO solvers that I grew up with, because he actually has all the solutions pre-rendered.
Yeah, you're showing your age again.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. A double gut shot now for the Jack 9. Never ever easy. A 9, a Jack, a 7, and a 10. There's the Jack! Espen hanging around. Long Long now.
Winning
crippled.
a hand, losing a friend.
Well said.
See? Oh, she looks sad.
Well, she took it well, tapped the table. Much respect, She said she's been playing for only a year. Really like her attitude.
Sorry.
Hard luck there. Down to 3 bigs. She's done it before. She's been there. Spin it up.
That's below starting, isn't it? 20k. Did they start with 20k or 40k?
Oh, 80 actually.
80. Okay, so way below.
1/4 or below. But she's been down to 3 bigs before. Espen just refuses to get knocked out of this tournament. And look how quiet Punit's been. Just letting the action and the chips fly around him. Biding his time. Blinds are up, by the way. 4,000, 8,000. 20,000 in the middle in dead money. In the form of small blind, big blind, and the big blind ante up for grabs. That's 1/4 the starting stack, as we just talked about.
Good move. I endorse. Flatting pre with 7-6. Very good. Plenty of equity to realize. Easy fold if the big blind goes out of line.
because that's dominated by him. Like he's not gonna open like king eight offsuit there. Right?
Danny.
It is gonna open.
The full stare down.
Maybe not.
Ooh, that's a good flop.
That is the action flop. Top pair for Danny. 2 overs and the open ender for Frankie. Frankie C could certainly find this the board to start firing.
Ooh, donk betting. Advanced. Danny is not walking away. So who's the comedian at the table again?
Certainly Danny is the most comfortable person at the table. Does not raise. Is giving credit to Frankie for essentially some sort of a trap, or of course a 4 here, and a queen.
Now you can't give up. There's no giving up now.
12 bigs is the stack that Frankie has left. About 6 bigs in the middle, 2 SPR, 2 streets left. This is the key moment in the hand. Does Frankie decide to go for it? Take the aggressive route. Try to push Danny away from weaker, or rather stronger holdings that could make for weaker draws. And of course, clubs are there as well. Decides to bet 20,000.
What are you staring at, Danny?
I mean, this is intense, Steven. Look at this. I mean, if you're in Frankie's spot, he's right at the edge of the frame. Getting a stare down by one of the best when you're bluffing with 7 high. It is not easy. Look at the SPR, almost 1, off to the river. The deuce is a brick. Maybe a wheel draw getting there.
He's not showing down with 7 high, so he's going to bluff again. Tournament life.
Inboard coverage is less important.
Danny is essentially trapping. He is never folding to a bet. All the draws have bricked. Frank had one of them.
Yep.
Here we go.
Pushing.
I respect the gumption. I don't think it's going to work.
I want to call. I want to count.
76.
I don't think I'm.
Oh, he said 76. I thought he called Frankie's hand.
No. He's yeah. He's asking for a count.
Pretty good hand.
Surely this is a bit of a net roll, Steven. I don't see how Danny could ever fold here. I mean, Frankie could be value betting worse hands. Ace 5, for instance. Pocket pairs above a 5 that he was limp trapping with.
Yeah, you're good.
There we go. GG, Frankie C.
I think Danny was thinking, you know, Frank is relatively less experienced, and he would have raised with any ace high.
Fair enough.
So any ace high with, you know, that will hit the board, he would have raised pre. And there's not that many combos with the 4 in it that will limp.
Frankie goes out like a champ. Let's grant him. Triple barrel with the 7 high. Respect worthy. So we're down to 4, and one of them has 2 bigs. That's Lung Lung, of course, who has been the short stack for a long time.
I mean, I didn't even use time bank. I told him it was too good. I'm probably not folding. I told you had a queen 6 or something.
I know it's been very, very wibbly wonky in terms of how Espen has stayed in the game, but we are getting down to Danny, Espen, and Punat. Sort of big 3 on the table.
You know, if a Martian came to Earth, and then you give them a bit of data of the players,
that's probably what they would predict.
Yeah. And Lung Lung, you know.
I'm still rooting for Lung Lung. I'm not hiding it one bit. She is the wild card. Always root for the wild card. She gets to spin up with the chip in a chair. And of course, what a pleasant vibe at the table she brings. She's a stand-up comedian. She's relatively new to the game. She's taking on the best. Let's go, Lung Lung.
All the other players have stood up. She hasn't stood up yet.
No, I think she did try.
Did
With
she?
stand-up equity. Clearly worked out.
As a stand-up comedian, you've got to do it.
Interesting one. Bottom pair for Punat. Plenty of equity. Over 50% for Danny with the Broadway open-ender. Once again, there is no ICM. This makes decisions like this one a bit easier. Bottom pair, wet board, and still continue.
There you go. This is what makes a champion. My friend calls it the fundamental theorem of poker, which is to hit. 90% equity, you cannot complain. And checks.
Trappy, trappy.
But yeah, there are 3 clubs on the board.
Nice swap.
Yep, good check back. Ooh. This is definitely going to kill the action. Danny will have to place a small bet.
You never know, Steven. Punt might decide to get frisky, represent a big club. Certainly a hand such as, well, anything with the ace of clubs in it would have played this way. Of course, this is small blind versus big blind. Ranges are not going to include an ace if it goes limp pre-flop.
Well, this is once again the level 1 is equals to level 7, huh?
I mean, it's much tougher for Punat to represent an ace here than any level, considering he did not raise pre.
Correct.
Have the same watch, right?
He's quietly happy. Little smirk there. Danny Tang, the overall chip leader, I think, covering the table.
Indeed he is.
45 big blinds. Punat with 27. So let's make a bold prediction. Who's going to win?
Lung Lung, always. A chip, a chair, and a dream.
And a beautiful smile.
The natural 8 wild card on this table.
And off she goes.
Look at this.
Cannot
a
complain,
monster.
Right? Cannot complain.
Come on. Triple up potential if the blinds get in it. Not Punat. Espen surely priced in with any 2 cards.
Yeah, I call. What she says that. Oh. Wow. So 10-7 suited versus Ace-King suited.
This one, I think it is.
Okay, let's see the flop. Queen Jack 9, there's an open-ended for Espen. No diamonds on board. Boom.
I mean, my 10 is dead. I can't say the 10 anymore.
It's as blank as you're gonna get. River is still looking for king or an 8. A 9 doesn't help.
Yes.
Well, a 10 and 7 as well. She didn't know she won.
You'd love to see it. Things getting playful at the sort of interesting end of this sit and go. We were almost down to 3 there, but Lung Lung hanging around finds the double up and more. Let's go.
Thank you.
Dealer change. Nice sleeve tattoo there, by the way.
I know. Amazing.
Very intricate.
Now, once again, this is that feeling of time slipping away. We've been streaming for 2 hours. It feels like 10 minutes.
When the action is all-star, like what we're watching here. No surprise.
Not even my mom.
Look at her. Friendly.
She says I'm okay, but like, she doesn't. You're okay. Yeah. I'll take it, though.
Danny Tang.
You're okay, it's pretty good.
5 Jews off. Hard to justify doing anything but fold.
Yeah, things haven't gotten that crazy on this table yet, with the 5 deuce off being open, but maybe soon. Espen laughs and gives the walk, and a great walk it is. 6 deuce. Picks up the 4K and chips.
Espen's definitely made a friend now.
I think in Asia they're more like openly.
So Espen is sitting right at the starting stack with Danny Tang and Punet leading the field. Once again, I'd like to remind the viewers that they are going to play down to 1 player. There's no ICM. Winner takes all.
Without being like recognized.
Yeah?
He has to
Here as well or in Thailand?
No, he's just exaggerating.
King high is good. Go on, put it in.
So we're
6 big
in Thailand,
blinds.
one of the malls, right? I saw like a puppy dog.
Yeah, that's the one.
Together. Again. Ready?
That's the spirit. Okay, here we go. Playing that again.
You look,
King
you
6.
Look like you're not sure, so
Yeah, you got to count. So Danny did his trick again, showing a 6, and then showed a king.
Yeah, I see.
And he's asking for a count. And you know I think it's likely he'll fold actually.
48.
Yeah, 6 big blinds. Yeah, he's gonna fold. See? Show a king. There you go.
I can't believe it.
Espen looked a bit shocked.
White magic, Asian white magic shit right
That is...
White magic.
Asian white magic, he said.
That's not right.
It's very meta.
That's outright disrespectful right there.
Well, I did promise I would shout out some of the cool events we have going on at this series. Over 100 of them, if you include the satellites. You do have a baby superstar challenge, which is an odd name for something that has a $10,000 buy-in. USD, that is. That's in a few days. Of course, we'll be streaming the superstar challenge tomorrow. That's a 25,000 USD buy-in. Make sure you subscribe and hit the like button so that you follow us along for that. We do, of course, have the main event. Absolutely insane guarantee of almost 2 million USD. But I always like talking about the fun events. I mean, I'm talking about, for instance, event number 50. The Lazy Rivers. PLO High Lazy River, where the individual river card is face up. It's just like PLO meets stud, in a way.
Well, it's actually Big O. That means 5 card PLO. That only has 4 community cards.
Ah, that's right. Of course, that's the 5th card.
Yeah.
But it's not
your
big
5th card at the end.
But
it's not high-low. Yes,
but it's not high-low either. Yeah. So again,
it's like
it's a new
PLO 5.
Yeah.
With 4 community cards.
And then, of course, there's some combination events, like, for instance, we have the Limit Triple Stud. So you get Raz, Stud, and Stud High-Low. And I always love pointing out, because growing up, I always liked the idea of mixed games. But mixed games, MTTs, I mean, nobody would ever spread them. You'd have to go to the World Series of Poker and buy in for like $5,000 to get a mix like this, Raz, Stud, and Stud High-Low. And what is the entry for event number 53, Limit Triple Stud?
Tell me.
200 USD.
Let's go.
Amazing.
I was speaking to one of the dealers earlier today. He was dealing PLO high-low, so he was dealing PLO 8 for 3-4 levels, and I got taken to a hold'em table, and it was ace 4 versus ace 10, and then the bot came out, and then ace high 1, ace 10 1, and it's a chop pot.
Chop pot.
And the player's like, what are you talking about? Oh, sorry, I've been dealing high-low.
Interesting situation. Pernat decides to attack Espen's big blind. Espen defends with the king 6 off. So we actually go to a flop, and ace 9-10 is certainly going to favor Pernat with the ace on the board.
It takes a lot of knowledge to be able to defend a big blind with such a short stack. You need to understand the game tree so well to be able to do that. It's not easy.
And could you explain what you mean by that a little bit, Stephen? Understanding the game tree?
Meaning, you know, you have to understand, you have to like really have an idea of what kind of flop favors you versus a raise from the small blind, because most players, being so short, they always end up being jamming or folding. He decided to, you know, just call a fifth of his stack to take a gamble. So he really needed to have a very good sense of what are the favorable flops for him.
No.
It's a sign of a very accomplished player.
Wait, break?
Do we need a break?
I don't need break.
I don't need a break. Maybe because of the stream.
Okay, folding to the small blind.
Do we break anyway?
Jams.
Maybe they want to do like the people.
It's a very short stack now.
Pretty standard.
Huh? Actually, I mean, what you call it?
Queen high.
We can do a short one. Yeah, 5 minutes. I just run to the room. Ask Majority? Oh yeah.
Long Long now taking revenge for some of the trolls Espen has been pulling on her.
Well, we have played 52 hands. I think it's come to have a break.
A very quick one, mind you. So stick around. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai, and we will see you after the break where we close out the All-Star Showdown. See you shortly.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Espen，隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, SixPoker, aka ElkY.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Espen， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meet Up Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation A 的 Team Heart 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey, Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a need. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nature A， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 SixPoker。
你下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy.
Welcome back to the APT Taipei All-Star Showdown, where we are down to just 4 players. We started off, of course, with 9 All-Stars. We are down to 4. One of them, who just put on shades, by the way, ElkY, is actually the wild card. $888 was the buy, and they're playing a winner-take-all. And we start off with Pocket Kings for the short stack. That is a welcome sight. She's on the small blind. Danny Tang with the calling hand. Ace-10. There's no way he folds this in the big blind. And there we go. The spin-up I was rooting for.
He's rejamming as well. He's not just calling.
It seems like he's on the big.
Just calling? Oh, okay. So maybe. Okay, yeah, he's just calling it. Well, no.
Oh, no. There we go.
Yeah. So the graphics is not quite correct here. Maybe that's an open.
Yeah, I believe that would mean that ElkY was on the button, I suppose.
Yeah, pocket jacks and pocket kings and ace-10.
Oh,
damn,
my
man.
word.
Right, so UTG limps. Small blind jams. Danny calls from the big blind. So that is the hand. I'm going to write this down now.
Well, whatever it might be, I think we're off to a 3-way all-in here. Danny.
It doesn't need to be because Punat could jam.
And Danny could find the fold. But does he want to with the ace-10 off?
He might have to.
Well, if he's 3-bet this large,
yeah, he 3-bets.
Yeah, he might have committed himself against a jam. We're 4-handed, of course. Ace-10 is a monster, but jacks and kings. What a sick setup. Barely had the chance to talk about what we're playing for here, but all that matters is 4 superstars, or all-stars as we're calling them, left. Danny Tang and Punat Punsri, certainly 2 of the biggest names in the game, and about to tassel. Here we go.
Yeah, Danny could fold that. Good.
Nicely done. And ElkY looking at a triple up almost once again.
But Punat is actually not losing anything, right? Because he's taking a side pot from Danny Tang.
That's correct.
So, practically a free roll. Good fold from Danny. If you're behind, you're behind. Well.
Oh, my days. Would have knocked out 2 players. ElkY with the needle. Once again, she gets protection, enabling her to triple up. Last time around as well, Danny would have been the one to eliminate her. He folded what turned out to be the best hand. And this time around, ElkY finds the triple up. Let's go.
Thank you again.
All the way to 15 big blinds.
What a turn of events. The wild card, the stand-up comedian from Taiwan, ElkY. And of course a content creator, over 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. Battling it out with, look at the rest of the names here. Danny Tang, Punat Punsri, Espen Jorstad,
and ElkY.
Let's go. Mr. Adiwan Kenobi, or Adiwan in chat, fellow APT commentator, asks, hello gents, how much blood has been spilled today? Plenty. 5 skulls are down, as they say. But the 4 that are left are certainly going at it.
I'd say they were pretty clean kills, actually. They weren't like, difficult post-flop weirdness. Just a lot of, straightforward jam, call, see the cards. Because of the format, it's difficult to have that much post-flop play with this kind of short stack poker.
And just to reiterate, winner take all, which means approximately $8,000 to the winner, thanks to the $888 buy-in for this Natural 8 event, and of course the main event ticket, so 10,000 USD up for grabs. And now Punat is one of the shortest stacks. King 7-8 on the flop, perfect for ElkY. Punat is basically drawing dead on the flop.
1% is 1%.
I can't even figure out what that 1% is. Just running deuces or
Run,
queens.
run the queens, yeah. Oh.
Takes it down.
Spoke too soon.
Too easy. Long Long in control. Right in the middle of the pack. Not
How
much
was your first
distance.
1.2?
Rather between Punat, Long Long, Danny. Espen now. 10
You went
bigs.
to Haidilao, right? Huh? Haidilao?
Oh,
It feels like you should not go to Haidilao.
I always find it a power move to wear see-through sunglasses at the poker table. It says, I could have protected my eyes, but I'm going to wear sunglasses and you still get to see them.
It's not traditional.
Me being quite a utilitarian, I just kind of see them being a bit pointless. What purpose do they serve?
That, I mean, clearly you don't understand fashion. By your logic, all fashion is pointless.
All these useless beauty, as they say.
Espen once again, just wielding that short stack in a very interesting way. And look at this, flops all kinds of draws. 52% equity despite facing top pair with the diamond in the hand of Danny. He has, of course, the overcard with the king, the flush draw with the diamonds, and the gut shot with the 7.
52% equity.
Surely this finds its way to the middle. Top pair for Danny.
Mario's found this magic box.
That's right. The SPR is 1.4 or so. Seems like an easy hand to get it all in, and essentially we'll be flipping. Danny might choose to simply peel one to keep all the absolute air bluffs from Espen in the mix, but considering the short stack, Espen is very likely to have a holding that calls off a jam here.
So one of those moves that is a big no-no in any kind of coaching kind of course, which is a donk bet. You know, like you cannot really represent anything with a donk bet. But in this case, somehow Espen knew
that he was gonna turn the nuts.
He was gonna turn the nuts. And that Danny has a diamond that would draw to the bitter end. This is the rhythm of a champion.
Danny and Espen have had a few back and forths in tonight's matchup. I think this is going to add to the list.
And then checking the turn. This is like, you know, like any average kind of level 1 coaching site would say, wow, how can you do this?
Well, this is almost what we call FPS, fancy play syndrome, but Espen knows he can actually represent a lot of 4s and 6s that would essentially have to shut down to any resistance from Danny. And there we go.
Is he going to check jam? So here's the question. So why the check? He knows he's holding the nuts. How is he going to maximize? How is he going to milk that last 5 big blinds out of Danny?
I mean, a jam, well, he's already milked 2.5, but a jam is just too strong. So the question is, do you save the 2.5 big blinds for the final street? Or do you essentially turn your hand a bit face up and hope Danny has exactly the kind of hand he has? The 8, a decent kicker, and of course the diamond, to just be committed to calling off anyway.
But don't forget, Danny Tan did open from the button. So, yep.
This would be a world-class fold that Danny has no right to make. Nah, understandable. It's drawing dead. That's the bad news.
That cheeky smile.
How about Espen finding the full double, 20 bigs. Well, never mind. 4 to a flush on the river. If Espen had just flat called the turn.
Would have gone in.
Would have gone in. Making it look easy.
And as a bonus, he also hit the straight. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Look at this, Steven. 20 bigs and 15 bigs. The largest and shortest stack. We have almost a dead even heat amongst 4 players now. This is not how I thought this would go, by the way. I mean, Lung Lung hanging around. These players just trading blows. There's no clear out and out vacuum, which Punat was attempting to be at the start. Really tight competition. And again, these guys, I mean, they're all-stars for a reason. We're talking millions, sometime 20 million in lifetime earnings, in the case of Danny. And yet here they are battling it out. It's just like chess players. I mean, there's no reason to take anything lightly. They're here, they're the best at what they do. Chess players don't start making bad chess moves just because they're playing a match that might not have the same amount of stakes as they're used to. They're still going to play perfect poker the way they know how. That's exactly what we're seeing. Ooh, spicy board. Ace, Queen, 9. Bottom 2 for Lung Lung. Punat does have the Queen Jack to make mid-pair. Decent kicker. Pretty standard C-bet. He's betting for value here. Knows there's a small chance Lung Lung has an ace, but the big aces might have considered 3-betting. Plenty of draws and weak queens that Lung Lung can continue with. 9s, of course.
I think one consideration is Punat is blocking a jack, so the straight draw has been blocked. So 10 jacks removed. So, you know, a lot of players would play Queen Jack or 9 Jack, you know, so it's less likely for her to actually hitting a pair.
The 7 being a diamond is interesting as well because it does introduce backdoor flush draws against which you might want to get a bet in just to charge them, not give up a free card. You're essentially less afraid of the ace and more afraid of a diamond, but in this case, excellent pot control there. King is an interesting one. Very unlikely for Lung Lung to have a king considering the flat call on the flop. But once she comes out firing here, Jack 10 certainly could be in the mix.
You've got to pay.
But you are blocking the Jack, as you just mentioned. Let's think it through. King is unlikely, as we just discussed. Certainly an ace would play this way. Do you give credit to Lung Lung for bluffing? I mean, she could have called with a gut shot, a Broadway gut shot that includes a king.
Okay, well, let's go extreme first. Could you raise and raise her out of anything?
You certainly could. I mean, you have a jack. You can certainly represent Jack 10.
So that's one possibility. Is Queen Jack a showdownable hand?
Well, the bet sizing is what's of note here. 10,000 into 77.
1 big blind, right? 1 big blind. Yeah, that's it. So I think the conservative route is to just give up that 1 big blind. Let's see.
And look at Lung Lung getting value from one of the best in the world. And 23 bigs, that means she's the new chip leader.
She is the new chip leader.
Let's go. Take that, Espen, Danny, and Punat. We have a new sheriff in town.
And you know, for the longest time, she was playing with 3 big blinds. Waited for her chance.
Twice she got down to 3 big blinds. Absolutely incredible scenes. I mean, we just hit midnight here. Just ended the leap day of February 29th rather. And I could not be more wide awake, Steven. The wild card is chip leading against the sickos. This is what the All-Star Showdown is all about. Come on, chat. If that does not deserve a like, I don't know what does. And for those of you who speak Mandarin, of course, go check out our YouTube channel after the stream is over, of course. Very accomplished stand-up comedian.
And leave her a comment to tell her not to limp pre-flop from the small blind with 10-5 offsuit.
Hey, whatever she's doing is working, Steven. Let's not jinx it from 30 minutes ago.
time traveling.
No from the beginning.
Does she take a stab?
About 28 minutes.
Not this time. Checks to Danny.
And stay all of it?
Who knows exactly what to do.
Grinders.
Stab and end the hand.
Yeah, me too. Where are you gonna stay?
I stay half at the win because I have pump. So
Fucking DJ.
yeah. but I'm not sure whether to stay during the main phase or the starting phase, you know. I don't know, but the other half.
I was talking to her before the match started today, and she mentioned wanting to play APT events, but of course, some of the events, such as the main event, were a little too rich for her blood. She's only a year into the game. But what do you know? What do we have up for grabs for the first place finisher? A main event ticket.
Like a sweet. It looks perfectly fine. Last few years I've been
Winnie takes off.
There's something about just staying in the venue when you're playing.
6-4 suited was the start of her comeback, if you remember, against Greg, of course.
It's so comfortable.
Well, like when you boss,
Pocket fives.
have anything to play out there,
I think
commuting in and out.
would be a
I think I might buy
easy
a
jam, yeah.
microwave to have in
Yeah.
the
Well, not easy jam, but it's a jam.
Pretty standard.
Well, Queen Jack might have to call off.
Oh my, oh my. For those of you who are confused, Punat has only 11 big blinds, so the effective stack is 11.
Might
And
have to call.
yeah, with the big blind ante in play, Danny would be shoving far lighter than Queen Jack, including some hands that Queen Jack would dominate. So even though it feels like you're likely behind, could easily be up against smaller pairs as he is right now. Jack 10s, Queen 10s. We actually saw Danny shove Jack 10 off 15 bigs not too long ago, so I think Punat knows all this. He might have to call this off.
Oh, I don't have that much.
He might have to call off.
Yeah.
Could decide that he's flipping at best. Nah, he puts the chips in the middle. This is a big one.
Well, I think he was thinking, okay, if it's an ace X,
120.
then he's not in that bad of a shape. You know, that is not ace queen or ace jack. So ace king is actually okay. Ace 10 is okay. Most pairs will be flipping.
Oh, a jack in the window, but the 5 almost seals the deal. Punat, 2% equity, or we do lose him from this All-Star Showdown. He was chip leading for so long, and that's it. GG to Punat. Danny takes a commanding chip lead, and we do lose one of the best in the game. And we had been hyping up those big 3, but that isn't the way the chips fell. It's actually down to Espen, Danny, and Lung Lung, as we lose Thailand's all-time #1, Mr. Punat Punsri. We will be seeing him shortly at all the other events this series. GG, sir.
Then we have 3. Usually, you know, at this stage of the tournament, we think, oh, that's a pay jump, or nope, no pay jump. The only pay jump we're going to find is heads up, where the winner gets everything. And you know, the chip leader is not actually, hasn't actually got that many chips. You know, 29 big blinds.
Yeah,
all to play for.
There was a time when Danny essentially had the table covered.
Correct.
80,000 starting stack, so 720,000 chips in play. He had over 360,000 at one point. Just under 3 for the moment. 6 deuce means Espen gets a walk. Very welcome one.
I'm thinking Espen looks like a, oh, what's his name? He looks like someone from Hollywood. Oh, what's his name?
Are you thinking of a Marvel superhero? Because I think Espen could surely pull it off.
Maybe, but I'm thinking it's not Kevin Spacey.
I know who you're thinking of, I think. Is it the guy from Game of Thrones? And that series Bodyguard?
That too, but I was thinking, what's his name? The guy, the serial killer in 7.
Kevin Spacey?
Not Kevin Spacey, the other one. Not Kevin Spacey.
I'm sticking to Rob Stark from Game of
Thrones.
Thrones.
Yeah, that does look like him a lot.
Oh.
Chat, what do you think? Does he look like Rob Stark?
What is that? You have like 280? Like, no, 300?
175, 180.
There's something about him. Now that you mention it, Steve.
He is kind of movie star-like, isn't he? He's very photogenic.
I'm like miscounting all the chips.
Middle pair for Long Long.
Oh, Kevin Spacey, so it's not the right one. What's I thinking?
Ooh, spicy card. It's a straight flush draw for Danny. Long Long still has the best of it with the 10-7 off. And Danny is going to check behind, realizes equity. The ace high is likely good, and the ace on the river, the Barry Greenstein, gives him the check mark. Really did not have an opportunity to win this hand. Check to the pre-flop aggressor on the flop. Fair play. Danny was never really folding the turn. The only question is, can she save a few chips by folding here? The ace is about the most obvious card for Danny to represent. So it's a leveling war. Does Danny have the ace, or is only representing the ace? Certainly checking the flop and the turn would suggest a high frequency of aces in his range. I think Lung's figured it out. Let's go. Well done.
I bet she was thinking, I'll lose to pocket 8s, pocket 9s, you know, all those under pairs. You know, smaller than an ace or a king. Losing to any ace. Oh wow, gotta give up. The rich is getting richer. Once again, Danny Tang is covering the table.
Do you miss Manchester sometimes? Huh? Do you miss Manchester?
Do you miss Manchester? Nobody misses Manchester. Well, no, I do, but Danny doesn't. I know that. So earlier I was telling you that Danny did grow up in Wrexham in Wales. So you know, he spent about time in Manchester as well, but you know, his childhood was spent in Wrexham. And you know, this morning I was talking to him about the Netflix series about the football club in Wrexham, and how, whether he regretted not having invested in the football club. And he said, well, it's too late now, there's no point talking about it.
Spilled milk. Can't be results oriented, Stephen. Come on, we're poker players.
So he's just looking for another club to buy.
Yeah, you can't just assume Ryan Reynolds will sweep in and increase the value of your club 20-fold.
That's a low ball figure.
200-fold more likely, you're right.
Exactly. Did I say something about cryptocurrency? Who needs to buy those, eh? When you can just buy a football club.
Look at Lung Lung, by the way, springing into action with the bottom pair, small versus big dynamic. Danny wants to bounce. Is not going to let her get away with that gentle donk stab. She bet 15,000 into about 70. He 3x's it. This might be way too much heat for bottom pair. They don't make it easy, do they, these sicko 20 million in lifetime earning all-stars. It's turning 10-3 off into a bluff.
And it makes sense.
I'm thinking about it. The board is draw heavy as well. Oh my, she's grabbing chips. She's just not a believer, but I think she's just way too handcuffed in this hand. There's so much leverage to the bet, by which I mean she has to call 30k, but the SPR after the call will be less than 1, so it's almost like Danny is asking her to commit her entire stack, and he knows that, of course. That's exactly why he did it. Gets it through.
Bully.
Bully, says Espen. And Danny now has the table covered once again. 378,000. Lung Lung down to 12 bigs. Espen 16. Danny 31. Certainly, if you had to pick a favorite, you'd go with Danny, but you've seen the way the action's fallen. Espen and Danny especially seem to be just trading blows and trading stacks with all-ins, and that's the nature of it. Three-handed winner-take-all format. Suspect the chips will find their way to the middle soon enough.
something is happening
他
there.
这个不是 check， 他这个是把手放在这里。OK。
Okay. Daniels is making sure that Espen was checking. Flop comes King Jack 6, 2 hearts. King of Hearts is the flush draw there. Danny continues his aggression here with a 9 high. Espen is not folding bottom pair.
I think Danny had limped, in fact.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Just taking a
Hot,
stab.
yeah.
And this cannot get through. I mean, essentially you're playing heads up, small versus big. Any pair, certainly good enough to continue. Espen catches the bottom pair there. Queen of Hearts is an interesting card. Does give that small flush draw to Espen, but is really just more for Danny to represent.
Leaving a line to check raise here.
These two guys have played so many high rollers against each other. They have to know what each other is capable of. Lines that you might take against ordinary players, quote unquote, are ones you might want to avoid when you know Danny can just check raise with air. Espen checks behind, decides to realize his equity with the bottom pair and the flush draw. Gets the check mark, but Danny knows he can't be ahead. Call on the flop means 9 high is no good. Does he want to give it up or put maximum pressure?
Maximum pressure it is.
The odds were certainly in the maximum pressure bracket. Danny does not disappoint, and now I'm very curious to see if Espen can sniff this one out. He literally needs to put his opponent on pure air on the flop.
Okay, so what combos will be bet, check, betting? Any jack? Pocket 10s will do the same, but he limps pre. So that removes all the pairs. So maybe a naked jack. Oh, he's jamming. Oh, excellent. That's excellent.
And there we go.
That's excellent.
The difference between a high roller
excellent.
and an ordinary player, quote unquote, as I said earlier, is to turn bottom pair into a bluff, knowing that your opponent's range is somewhat capped based on the line. Excellent stuff.
I almost got there with my analysis, saying maybe a jam would be good.
Espen
Almost
just beat you to it.
Think longer, sir. God, give me a chance to shine.
You do not bet with cap ranges against these guys. They are just the best of the best. Of course, Danny could have had some fancy play syndrome traps, but Espen takes the spot, is rewarded. Had the best hand anyway, but...
You knew I was going down that line, right? Like,
oh, absolutely.
He was like, oh, a jam might be actually good. But he beat me to it. 10 jack off, standard open, 3-handed. 9-7 suited is a defend. Let's see the flop. Boom. 9-8-8. Top pair versus a open-ended straight draw on a paired board. Danny doesn't have any backdoor possibilities, so
easy c-bet, the 2 overs and the open-ender. Long should look to find the jam, but...
Gosh, at least she's not giving up. I don't know whether it's jamming, but definitely not giving up.
Certainly not giving up. I mean, Long is no spring chicken, Steven, if we've learned anything today. And she's contemplating the jam, the check raise jam. She knows the board can get worse and worse, and she does have top pair at the moment, would fold out so many hands with so much equity against her. The jack 10 off turns out likely will not fold to a jam, but any other 2 overs probably would have to.
Is she taking a page out to Espen's playbook? You know, Danny bets, and you jam, you get a fold?
She effectively jams, commits herself, check raises. I like it.
Yeah, I want a time back.
This is scarier than a jam, by the way. It's coming from arguably the most passive player on this table. Danny is not going to give Long Long too much credit for just naked straight draws such as the 7-6, 10-7 here. He knows she likely has a 9 and 8 or some sort of a monster draw like the one he has, but of course he blocks a Jack-10. What does that leave?
Ooh.
He doesn't care. All in, he says.
And she's like, okay, I'm committed now.
Well, she calls and she does block one of the outs, the 7, so in pretty good shape. 60% to find a double up, and look at this, 294. K in the middle, she would be the clear chip leader in this tournament. The 8 is great news.
That's it. What's the
Very good card.
Only jacks and 10s now. All the straight outs
Very
taken
bad
away.
card for me.
Ooh.
There you have it, Lung Lung. The spin up story continues.
Look at that smile. Delighted.
100.
It's the fashionable shade, Steven. You just don't understand
I have
the extra
no
equity.
idea, yes. Well, don't be too alarmed if I wear, you know, some tinted glasses tomorrow.
Next time? Really? Yeah, there you go.
To help my dyslexia.
24 bigs in her stack, 20 for Espen. Danny not too far behind with 15. Of course, took that huge dent to his stack. Still anybody's game, which is amazing to think about.
You know, the format being short stacked and being so turbo, you would think, oh well, you know, it's just a bit of a shove fest. But no, there's a lot of play, there's a lot of analysis. Interesting poker. I'm liking it.
Let's hear from any Lung Lung fans in the chat. She's a very successful stand-up comedian and creator. I'm sure we have some fans watching. Maybe somebody who's played poker with her. Is this her standard demeanor, or is she sort of keeping it together for this All-Star Showdown? She seems very comfortable. She's really just settled in. Of course, the cards making sure she hangs around, and now king high on this board. Small versus big again. Last time around she got into a tricky spot with the queen 5. Confidently bets out.
Stop dog betting, guys.
Well, it's a limp pre-flop.
Yes.
A bit more fair. Always risky though. Danny punished last time. With the 10-3 off.
Yeah, that'll do.
There we go.
You can move on, Danny. Yeah, that's it. I have a king. Okay, well, you do. You turn your value hand into a bluff.
没牌，没对。
我以为你有售。
皮蛋，我有一个皮蛋。
Long Long approaching that 360k mark where she would have the majority of the chips on the table. Espen seems to have. Well, there we go, Long Long. Getting praise from one of the best in the world, and well deserved. I mean, Espen can see she's playing well with the cards down. We can see she's playing really well with the cards available to us.
Solid race. A bit of aggression.
Just over 2x, just like a real pro.
I approve. Standard defend. Let's see the flop. It's a queen.
Oh
2
my.
diamonds. Okay, here we go.
I'm literally on the edge of my seat here, Steven. Anything can happen, including if somehow this hand ends up, this pot rather ends up ballooning up.
Which
I
is
mean,
very
we
likely.
could have, yeah, it's very likely. Flush draw versus top pair. Long Long is in position. Espen might be tempted to check raise. He's noticed Long Long has found some momentum. Could realize she doesn't have to have it.
The C-bet sizing is very good as well. A third, which is perfect for that board with the holdings.
Steven, has she been hustling us this whole time?
No, it's just actually doing, you know.
She's playing like a pro, and she does face the check raise.
As you predicted.
Well, her hand is just too good. I mean, could this just find its way to the middle? She might want to end the hand here, considering all the draws. Espen would play this way with straight draws, of course the flush draw which he has. Some weaker queens even.
Oh wow, just flatting. That's not bad actually, protecting your range.
But look at the SPR, almost exactly 1 on the turn. If there isn't a diamond, what is Espen going to do? That's a brick, if ever there was one. Only ace-3 of diamonds perhaps getting there.
You ask the question, and the turn is giving you the answer.
Let's see. If you've seen anything from Espen's play, he actually wields his short stack as though it isn't that short. We see this a lot at these high roller / short stack levels, really going sometimes 3 streets with under 20 big blinds. I suspect that's what Espen is planning, but if he wants to maximize his fold equity, he might think all-in is the way to go. After all, Lung Lung could have called a check raise with a hand as weak as maybe a 5, maybe a pocket pair between 5s and queens that would fold to a jam. I think I'm about to fall out of my seat.
I think the only combo Espen is worried about right now is 4-5. That's reasonable. That will, you know, play back. But checking, is there going to be a double check raise? Is the question. A double check raise would be so strong.
I think you need stacks to be a bit bigger.
She's protecting her range. Lovely. I like it.
Frankly, I feel Lung Lung was a bit worried about where she was in the hand and just checked behind for pot control. But it might have worked out to perfection because it actually shows a lot of weakness. Queen should not be checking necessarily on that turn, at least not a majority of the time. And that might make Espen go for it. After all, he has jack high. Man, he just knows to give up. Really respecting the fact that she called his check raise on the flop. This hand is effectively over, but it does mean that Lung Lung has increased her lead. Of course, we did see Espen go check raise, or rather raise all in.
Yep.
Yeah, no, not if she checks behind. 411,000 in the stack of Lung Lung. We have a runaway chip leader.
Now she covers the table.
Well covers the table.
I would probably bet somewhere, yeah. I would have bet somewhere.
Come on, chat. Hit that like button for Lung Lung. This is a local legend in the making. Can you imagine the stand-up bits she's going to write about this?
I could just have like the weaker queen. I could have 5x sometimes.
Now he's explaining in a sensible way.
Also getting information. Very common dynamic at tables where you're playing with a lot of sharks is they engage you in strategy conversation and then get a lot of reads.
To find out where you're at.
Exactly.
Whether you're level 1 or level 7.
Exactly.
Which is the same. Hey, scan your cards, sir.
All pigs.
He doesn't want us to know what he's jamming with. Oh, king queen off. Okay.
Very bad hand.
Fair play.
I think it'll be a fascinating heads-up match if it's Lung Lung versus Espen.
We've certainly learned anything can happen. Flips are going to be mandatory pretty soon.
Oh no.
But I think my point is if it was Danny Tang, he would be more kind of pushy. So it'd be over a lot quicker. It'd be more like kind of entertaining and in quotes luck driven. Whereas Espen is going to just play a little bit poker, just like a little bit of fencing,
It is interesting though when you are facing somebody who's relatively inexperienced, like Lung Lung would be against any of these guys, understandably. I mean, technically you should be taking extremely low variance lines, right? Even heads up. So even Danny really should not be playing game theory optimal by any means. I mean, he should be exploiting as much as he can, pot controlling, trying to play as many streets as possible. But maybe we're getting a step ahead. Let Lung Lung reach there. We've made no qualms about rooting for her, considering the spin up and of course that she's the wild card. We are getting down to the business end here. Anything can happen.
Just to cover our backs, we love you too, Greg.
And we love you too, Greg. And we love you, Danny and Espen as well. But I have a feeling you guys are playing the main event anyway.
Correct. Maybe not Greg.
Greg's actually not allowed to. He's going to be covering the main event along with us, but if he'd won, maybe
he's
we
not
could have
allowed to. You say, "I'd like to see you try stopping me." His acceptance speech at the GPI award was excellent. I really enjoyed his stage persona.
He is the best. Mr. GGAI. By the way, dominated going to the board here. Espen calling with the king deuce suited.
So what does GGAI stand for? Good General Artificial Intelligence?
Greg goes artificial intelligence.
Yes.
I see a heart. And I see a deuce. 10. And I see a 10. Spicy board. Just 8 bigs for Espen. You know, we have been lauding his understanding of the game, including these defenses with the king littles. This is as king and as little as it gets. He has the backdoor. He has a pair. And he's been checked too. Very interesting. Usually, we would find a C bet in this spot. Checks behind. Of course it's a heart. Of course it's a heart. Keep that board spicy. Lung Lung likely thinks she has the best hand, which she does. Espen has so many outs and Lung Lung is still trapping. Espen has to think there's a decent chance a pair is good here, but he does not want to be up against middle pocket pairs that might play this way. Brick on the river, check mark for Lung Lung.
Espen was checking to realize his flush draw equity because, you know, it's unlikely that his deuce is good. Bet in the fold. Ooh, not too big. Come on.
This actually represents a lot of strength. Hands that would check without connecting would likely try to get to showdown instead of bluffing here.
Maybe I win sometimes. I like it.
No, no, don't talk to the consummate pro.
Is it a no shooting?
No, not at all.
No, go ahead. She's having too much fun.
If you bluff, you bluff. If you bluff, you bluff.
You fold?
Yes. I have one of those as well.
Wow, look at that.
You too.
Oh my, oh my. 28 bigs versus 8 bigs and 7 bigs of Espen and Danny. LFG.
Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Dealer change. The dealer almost walked away with the wireless headphones. Can't say I blame her.
PP. One of my favorite dealers at CTP. She's been with the club for a long time.
What do you have though? Like,
You have to ask.
I mean, Danny and Espen are about as
you have king 10 of spades.
big supporters of poker as there can be in the world. But how do you think they're feeling right now, sitting with Lung Lung, kind of dominating them over the past few orbits?
I bet they're thinking, when is her luck going to run out? Can she stop hitting pairs?
The old 2 big blind spin up. Now facing the 7 big and 8 big short stacks of these 2 poker superstars. Danny finds the king. I assume he's set all in, along with putting his small stack of yellows up front.
119.
Yeah, Jack 7 off is just not aesthetically pleasing enough.
Not yet.
I guess no.
Not yet.
probably had the best. Well, not probably, definitely had the best hand. But,
Danny says he definitely had the best hand indeed. Anything better than King 8 was insta-calling. So who guessed Lung Lung and guessed the winner?
Can you imagine?
Speak
like,
up now.
You like in the driver's seat.
And
you
impress
win
me
this
forever.
Whole thing.
Of course not.
And you would have beaten.
Chat?
All of my friends told
Be
me
honest.
you have to get number 8.
Did you guess
and you
Lung
will
Lung?
be Perfect.
No.
Yeah, could the operators help me?
Only have
Give us a hint.
you are
Is anyone, how many entries?
And now you're gonna win the whole thing.
Really?
Maybe.
Favorite, yeah.
Yeah.
Nine five suited in the small blind. He will want to get it in because he knows Lung Lung will not be optimally calling. He's going to fold many, many better hands. That's one of them actually. King 3 off. Should be a call, but understandable that Lung Lung not very studied in big blind calling off ranges. King 3 just doesn't look pretty enough. In reality, any king
Can't show you too
up to about 10 big blinds or so should be a call there. So Espen gets that one through.
How long have you been playing?
Let's listen to this.
You said 1 year?
Yes.
Yeah.
For
Yes.
2 years.
That's crazy. So I thought you said in the beginning that you just played for 1 year, and I was like, okay. But then you play really well. Now I'm like, think you maybe lied to us.
Thank you.
Are you bluffing?
No.
You're actually
no.
undercover professional?
No.
Undercover
I never win.
professional.
Is she lying?
I'm not.
You never win in your home game?
No, yes.
Wow, you play in some really tough home games.
Do you hear that? That's very funny. Danny was asking,
Home game
so
is like
Lung Lung
live,
was saying, I
yeah.
never win at the home game. And Danny said, you're playing against very tough opponents at your home game.
You know, it's all fun and games, but you can sense a little bit of a needle there
Oh,
in
yeah.
each comment.
Oh.
If they were to be in our shoes, just look at it from an outsider perspective, I think it's awesome how well she's doing.
Go on, Danny. I dare you. Flat this pre. Stop and go her.
40.
Oh, go on. Do the oldest trick in the book. And we see a fold.
I really like what he's done here. I mean, 9-6 off is about as ugly as it gets, but I suspect if she had even 9-6 suited, she might have been tempted to peel. People often forget to give you credit for overpairs that absolutely dominate you in equity and just think, well, if I hit a draw, often make the mistake of continuing. 9-6 off, she lets go.
Absolutely correctly.
Wait, are we doing like an interview thing tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
When is that?
So just to remind our viewers, tomorrow we resume
what
at
time is,
2 p.m. I think for the Superstar Challenge.
What?
I think. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so 2 p.m. we have the day 1 of the Superstar Challenge,
They don't
which
pay
is
me
going
enough for
to,
this
the
kind
buy-in is going to be a whopping
9:30, yeah.
25,000 US dollars. Very, very good open. 9-10 suited.
That's rough. You're on the big blind. You have 8 bigs. You put in a big blind. You put in the big blind ante. You look down at queen 4 off. You get the min raise plus a little bit open, so you have to defend. Try and peel. 5 big blinds in Espen stack. About 5 big blinds in the pot. Does he catch? Well, never mind. Not only does he not catch, his opponent has top 2.
No room for stopping and going. Oh, there's a lot of room for stopping. Is she gonna be trappy?
So who's eating with who?
She was. She did. Oh my god.
Perfect play. She knows she has the board on lock, considering she has the 9 and the 10 blocked. Lets her opponent catch up.
She is dangerous.
And the perfect card, just enough equity for Espen to think he might have fold equity here. Well, we discussed wielding a short stack Espen. With the 1 SPR 5 big blinds, puts just over 1.5 in the middle.
Such a smart play.
And now is ElkY tempted to just get all of it in, putting Espen in a tough, tough spot. Yep.
Yeah.
Sick. I mean, Espen knows he's up against essentially a jack or a hand he's basically drawing dead against, but does he think his queen and his straight draws are good enough? Or does he want to leave himself 3.5 bigs behind?
You put the world champion in pain.
4 bigs, rather. Danny's saying you put the world champion in pain. I think the world champion put himself in pain a bit.
Wow. There you go.
Good fold.
No, I mean,
I will show you one.
I have one of these, but
I will show you
I have one of these.
This one, okay?
You can pick one. Yes.
look at them, I'm happy.
I think,
Oh, you're out of
yeah, I
18.
counted the pips. He saw the 9.
What do you know?
So he's jamming 8-9 or 9 king.
Exactly what I was thinking. He'll never give credit for the 10-9.
Or maybe jamming queen 9 and you just get free roll.
Yeah.
Queen 9 is also a combo, yes.
Sure.
Well, Danny didn't jump to the queen 9 conclusion because that would have been an open-ender. Sorry, that would have been...
Yes, open-ended.
Oh, yeah.
What do you know?
That's right. Espen does look confused.
This is, it's like his line. He always say to his friends, "How you know? How you know?"
I like his almost childlike curiosity in the game, huh? Like, he just looks like he's enjoying it, he's learning, he's figuring it out. There's no arrogance, no ego at all. He's, no. Okay, there will be blood, surely, huh? King, queen off.
Shout
3
out.
big blinds. You're not going to play nitty min-raise poker here, surely.
3 streets with 3 big blinds.
Oh, he's going to. Oh, is he going to do it?
No, he has to jam for the fold equity.
No, you have your chance then.
You have your chance, okay. Come on in. And then she picks up ace king. Pocket 9s. Oh, wow, flippy.
Oh my, are we down to heads up here?
That's crazy.
A flip will decide if ElkY goes into heads up with a massive chip lead, or if Espen has a shot to get back in this game.
I hope I don't get it.
Judging by how well she's been running, I think she has extra equity for running well. Wow, look at that.
That'll keep things spicy. She does block 2 of the 9s, but apart from that, any king, any queen, the 2 remaining 9s, and ace, running 10s and jacks as well. Espen has 44% equity. There's the running 10 I just called out.
Jack of hearts.
3. 3. 3 is good.
Jack of hearts.
3, no?
Down to the river, 30% equity for Espen. Not to be, we lose. The main event champion, Espen Jorstad.
GG, bro.
Yeah? You're getting ready. Oh, that hand.
You know, this is the Asian Poker Tour, and 2 Asians are heads upping.
Very sneaky.
Am I playing well?
Very well.
Am I playing well? Yes.
Amazing turn of events. Heads up. Shouts ElkY, 35 bigs to 9 bigs. She is in an amazing position to close this one out. We are down to ElkY and Danny Tang. One legend in the making in the form of ElkY. We're going to take a short 5-minute break to set up for heads up. Of course, we're playing for $8,000 up top, winner take all, $2,270 in a main event ticket, and of course an APT trophy. So do not go anywhere. We will see you shortly as we close out the APT All-Star Showdown.
Here. I won't take you and say I beat you. Yes. I'm just joking. Okay, thank you. The last hand I have the king 10.
Heads up, and she's got all the
Second pair.
chips.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Huh?
So you will not
No, she has all the chips.
didn't fail in 3. King did all. Okay, domination. Thank you.
I think we shouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
3 and 7. We're fat.
Me and people that are gonna take Taipei. Vegas for losing Vegas.
1, 2, 3. Or 4 and 6. Oh, sorry, 4 and 6. Sorry. 4 and 6. 4 and 6. 4 and 6.
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to close out the APT All-Star Showdown as we kick off the APT Taipei 2024 streaming coverage. Today, of course, is the second day of the series, but if you can just focus on this event, what a day it's been. The lady on the screen in front of you, Long Long, a stand-up comedian wildcard entry to this invite-only sit-and-go, is the out-and-out 4-1 chip leader going to this heads-up against one of the best in the world, Danny Tang. We just lost another one of the best in the world, Espen Jorstad, down to heads-up. $8,000 in the prize pool, a winner-take-all format, a main event ticket, and an APT trophy on the line. Danny is down to under 8 bigs and has to let this one go. Is Long Long going to make quick work of it, rather? My name is Vidar Singhal, of course, joined by Stephen Lai as we close out this incredible event. Stephen, I've been openly rooting for Long Long. I'm sure you have on some level as well. How do we feel about our chances here?
Well, I will, Danny Tang is and it's an MMA fighter as well. So if I say anything bad about Danny Tang, I worry about my my well-being. So while I think Long Long deserves to win, I'm still rooting for Danny Tang. How about that?
I like it. Very diplomatic. Also, poker and deserve sometimes don't go well together. So let's see what happens. Card dead, Danny. 7-5 to begin the heads-up battle. 9 deuce off now, as ugly as it gets. We are playing heads-up with a big blind ante in place, so those 7 big blinds are essentially 2.5 orbits.
They started with 50 big blinds, right? The starting stacks were 40 big blinds even. And 9 players, we played for almost 4 hours. It just shows that each format has its intricacy. It's not just pure gambling, you push. It's actually a very intricate game, and different formats, different speed, different kind of, levels just gives you, you got to think about it. It's not just gamble. So poker, what a game that you can learn.
Absolutely. You mentioned how this is effectively a hyper turbo as far as the live arena goes. That includes completely different strategy. And how about limping with 9-4 off? Not sure how I feel about that one. I'd rather see aggression. Danny says all in.
She says fold.
I get it. You don't want to fold when there's a big blind ante, but 9-4 off is about as ugly as it gets.
See, she's getting bad cards because she's taken off her sunglasses.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Come on.
The sunglasses equity.
You never mess with whatever's going well. That's the #1 rule. If it ain't broke. Long Long getting rid of the sunglasses on the break. This could all be over any moment. What an event it's been. Danny, though, is not going to give up without a fight. In particular because of that trophy you see. The APT trophy for this event. Very coveted piece of hardware.
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think Danny's ever had a chance to play one of the side events to win one of these small trophies.
Oh, look at this. We're all in and a flip. Oh. Long Long is on the verge of winning this showdown if she can just hold. Pocket 8s versus Ace 10 suited. And it's in the name of the game. Hold him, says Long Long.
So any ace, any 10? Or any running clubs?
I think so.
Oof, right as you said, running clubs. The royal draw.
I have 2 over gut shot and a flush draw.
Correct, sir.
Not just any flush draw, my friend.
61%. Over half the deck.
There's the 10.
10's good already.
Long Long needs a 9 or an 8. That's not a club.
8, 9.
No clubs.
I double up.
I double up, says Danny Tang.
Well, we don't need commentators, Danny. Just do all the work for us, please.
Operator, can you turn up Danny Tang's mic? Me and Vidu are going out for supper.
I feel like I haven't processed what almost just happened. Long Long almost spun up 2 big blinds and walked away with all of it. Unfortunately, she now has to mess with the doubled up stack of Danny Tang, and this is dangerous. All of a sudden, I'm feeling Danny going into attack mode. He knows exactly what to do at every stack depth, including battling somebody who has 27 bigs versus his 17.
This is one. Yeah, 135. Yeah, it's a 5.
Yeah, Danny always comes across like a little bit aloof, like, oh yeah, it's this. But he's super. You cannot find a friendlier guy on the circuit. He's a nice guy. 17 big blinds, all to play for now.
What a showdown. Once again, we're looking at 23 million in lifetime earnings versus $675 in lifetime earnings.
You know what they say, you're as good as your last tournament.
What does it mean?
This is what wildcards are all about, and King Jack suited an absolute monster heads up. Lots of options available. She could consider jamming it all.
Oh no, it's too much. Come on. Too much. 17 big blinds, too much.
Well, let's just say if I was against Danny Tang, I would jam it all, but the thinking there is, of course, to add variance when you think you're playing with someone better than you, which Danny Tang is better than most. Yeah, in comes the raise. Danny 3-bets the queen 10 off, and now Longlong has to realize that her hand is just so strong.
Re-jamming. Oh, no, just calling. Okay, just calling.
Once again, I'm on edge. This could all be over if Longlong catches a piece. Look at the SPR, 140k in the middle, 206k effective in Danny's stack. This spot could get big, and they have cards that share each other's outs usually on the boards that connect. That's not one of them. The 3-better would just have too much advantage on a board as dry as ace, ace, deuce.
Is Danny going to bully her out of the hand?
I have a feeling that is likely.
Yeah. Let's go for a small bet. 1 big blind. Very, very standard, very modern. It's like an online utilitarian bet. 1 big blind.
And a diamond keeps things interesting. Oh my, oh my. Longlong has so much equity with the nut flush draw. Danny is just firing away. 35,000 simply cannot get the nut flush draw to fold here.
Could I finally get to talk about ICM?
Oh, that's right. Finally, winner take all, we're heads up.
I've waited 4 hours for this moment. ICM's in play here. Oh my god.
The tension is palpable.
Oh,
and the king!
And the king!
Pretty much locks up the hand for Longlong. I mean, with Danny having only 7 bigs behind, I doubt she would even fold to a jam. Does Danny want to jam? Continue telling the story. 3-bet pre-flop, small bet on the flop,
No,
small bet on the
jamming.
turn. Gives it up. Shows down the queen. Longlong takes it down, and we're back to the starting stacks of heads up. 4-1 chip lead for Longlong.
Nice hand.
Every hand just feels like it could be the last. Of course, anytime you're looking at a stack sub 10 bigs, it's going to go in very frequently. Danny wondering where it all went wrong. That was a very key hand after all the stacks were beginning to converge a bit. The momentum back in Longlong's favor.
I like Longlong's stubbornness. I think a lesser player would have folded pre. But she's stuck at it.
Well, you have 40% of a royal flush heads up. It's tough to fold pre. King Jack suited.
Ace high is going in.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. All right, what does she have? Oh, God.
Oh,
Here we
my
go.
word. Hit by the deck. Here we go. Danny needs to get lucky to survive.
30%.
He's seen it all
She's
before.
like, Lung Lung's like, I cannot fold this.
Ace 5 against 9. We have ace 5.
Well, Lung Lung has had Danny on the ropes before, but they were flipping. This time she's 70% in equity pre-flop. Needs to dodge an ace and some running combos of cards. There's that running combo of cards. 3 hearts to keep things spicy.
Really? Oh yeah, 3 hearts. Sorry,
This
yes.
may not be over as quickly as we thought.
Never easy, Lung Lung. Danny just shoots up to, oh, okay. Now back
More
to
outs.
34%. More outs, but, you know, only 1 card to come.
An ace, a queen, a heart, or Lung Lung takes it all. There
And
it
it's
is.
not!
Congratulations.
Incredible.
Well done, Lung Lung. Wow, that feeling. That winning feeling. My first trophy. Do you remember your first trophy?
I mean, I can only imagine.
Was it last week?
I wish I knew the feeling that Lung Lung is no doubt experiencing.
Wow, that's
but
amazing.
well deserved. I mean, she spun her stack from 3 bigs twice. Just goes to show. Chip in a chair. Not to mention she was the wild card entrant. Lung Lung, a stand-up comedian.
And you know, she actually played very, very well.
Extremely well. Of course, she was hit by the deck in certain parts. For instance, we just saw pocket 9s, pocket 8s, etc. But more importantly, her composure throughout the whole game, how she handled being a short stack. She deserves every moment of the joy she is no doubt feeling right now as she gets $8,000 in winnings, a main event ticket to the incredible $2 million USD guaranteed APT Taipei main event, and the APT trophy of the prestigious first ever All-Star Showdown. Incredible.
And she's showing the boys that you could play with or without sunglasses and
Damn
you still
right.
win.
I
I think Espen and Danny and maybe Punat are going to have a few drinks over this one.
Well, I mean, you know, if she was just jamming and getting lucky and flipping, then you know you can have a little bit of complaint about it. But no, she actually played very well.
As Espen said repeatedly, he thought he was getting hustled when she said, I've only been playing for a year. Clearly has a natural talent for the game, and now that she's won not only the main event ticket, but surely the $8,000 goes to provide a nice little bankroll for some of the incredible, almost 90 other events we have here. Our champion from the APT All-Star Showdown today, Lung Lung, is going to be a familiar face at this series, and I am so looking forward to that. And speaking of this series, by the way, let's take a look at what all we have planned. We did mention the stream tomorrow, Steven, the Superstar Challenge. $25,000 US is the buy-in. The biggest event here at the APT. We're reaching new heights, we're reaching new high roller scales, and we would love for you to join us. Of course, we have many, many other events as well. We are continuing 11 days of streaming. Today was only the first day, so you have 10 more days of incredible events to look forward to, along with me and Steven. Steven, your thoughts on today and this incredible new champion we've crowned?
Well, very happy for Lung Lung. Well deserved. I think I'm looking forward to seeing her at the feature table during the main event. Very sad for Greg.
Oh yeah, of course. Our condolences to our favorite friend. Greg goes all in. And of course, all the amazing participants of our All-Star Showdown today. Let's not forget all the events we have coming up. As I mentioned, take a look. The Superstar Challenge tomorrow. Of course, the final day rather, of the Superstar Challenge. And then we get to the APT Super High Roller with that incredible Lion Trophy up for grabs. Then some Natural Aid events, as we usually do. Influencer Invitationals from Taiwan. Amongst other places, we have Hong Kong, right? Thailand, as usual. Maybe
And then
even
India as well.
That's right. And then, of course, we move on to the main event as we usually do. 3 days of coverage, starting with day 2, feature tables that rotate, day 3, and then, of course, the final events. Then we, of course, close out the series as we usually do with the High Roller final day. That's the 2-day High Roller. Again, one of the most prestigious events we have going on here. So, prestige all around, fun all around with the influencer events, and I think a great kickoff to what's going to be an incredible series today. Congratulations once again to Lung Lung.
And plenty of poker action coming up. And we are going to bring you all the action in the next 10 days, and I cannot wait.
Stay tuned and make sure you hit subscribe and a like as you leave the stream. Trust us, it helps us more than you think. We thank all of you for joining us along for the ride, and make sure you tell us who you're supporting in the upcoming events. If you're near the area, trust us, come down to Taipei. It's not a series you want to miss. Until tomorrow, we will see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.